Surprise, the sun sucks to play outfield. The sun sucks to learn outfield in Surprise, Arizona. You know what? That ain't a surprise to the guys that are playing out there. So we'll talk some Major League Baseball. Bobby Witt proving yet again what makes him different. Why Bobby Witt is just different in how and what he sees when he looks in the mirror. So we'll talk about that, which a good-looking dude and a future MVP. That's what I see when I look in his mirror.
We're going to talk about how Drew Waters, I'm all the way back in on.
As you should be. As you should be. This is the time to be all in on Drew Waters and Nick Pratto, Dairon Blanco. Let's do it, man. Let's get all of the spring training studs going. But I want to talk about a couple of things there in Major League Baseball. We'll talk some NFL football with Andy Reid and Brett Veach talking yesterday. Then some other interviews yesterday as well, that there were some interesting things to take away from that. On different shows, Andy Reid, Brett Veach with Tom Pelissero, Andy Reid on with Pro Football Talk, and surprisingly, Mike Florio did not say, Andy, how's retirement, Andy? Why didn't Mike Florio ask Andy how retirement's been the last year or so?
His first question, are you thinking about retirement, Andy?
Are the Chiefs... Is retirement for you on the organization's radar, Andy? Sometime is the team preparing for you sometime in the future to retire? That's what I want to know, Andy. And then really that's it, and we can let you go. Because I just want to verify my report that the Chiefs organization, it is on their radar that you will retire at some point. Are we in agreement, Andy? Yes or no? Blink twice if you're in Albuquerque. Okay, great. We're all on the same page there. But there was an interesting clip from Andy Reid that goes along with what we've talked about. The first time we've heard somebody say this, because there was no end-of-season press conference, and Andy Reid didn't address this in his press conference. But when you sit down at a table with an interview like that, much different conversation than standing at the podium, answering 20 different people's questions. You're going to be a little bit quicker typically. You maybe not elaborate as much. Sometimes Andy Reid gets in those great moods and is willing to elaborate and things like that. But there was an interesting clip, him talking about Patrick Mahomes.
Florio did ask about one of the most important questions of the day as well. Did you see
was it the Taylor Swift thing?
No. Hang on. I actually have it real quick if I could play that real quick.
Please.
Did you have any idea as the Duval was coming out that it was going to become a thing?
Not at all.
Duval.
I'm a quarterback by nature. Everybody's got a different cadence. I'm learning that cadence.
I love it.
And I'm excited about kind of getting some of that moving forward.
You ready to? You want to do another one? You want to try to
I'm all good.
balance out?
Look at him learning on the fly. That's a coach that's willing to immediately learn. That's self-scouting right there. That is a good question. I appreciate that. That's something that I think he should have. If we had Liam Cohen on the show, that would be one of the questions I would absolutely ask him is, hey, how's the response been with your Duval? You've been practicing it?
You know what? For a man that has given him such a hard time, I'll give Florio credit there. Give credit where credit's due. Yeah. Phenomenal question.
Yeah, and you know what? It was I'll give credit to Florio as well when we get into this conversation about Patrick Mahomes. That the question, I left the question in there. The question to Andy Reid about Patrick Mahomes was a good one, and it elicited a good response. So we'll get into those things as well. Matt Verderam will be our guest coming up at noon, Sports Illustrated. Get his thoughts on the combine, the draft, the Chiefs offseason really is what we'll talk with Matt Verderam about. The tush push has been a conversation there at the combine because the Packers have proposed to ban the tush push. Sean McDermott said on Monday, it's an injury thing. We're really worried about injuries. Oh, okay, really? Don't run quarterback sneaks anymore, dude. The tush push that's the injury. Then don't have quarterback sneaks at all. The only thing that people are mad about is the pushing part. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think there are injury concerns with not just the offense, but the defense too. I mean,
So what are the injury numbers on the tush push? Anybody have the injury numbers as to why?
Well, Chris Jones.
Great. There's an anecdote. Patrick Mahomes. I got one worse than Chris Jones. No, let's do anecdotes then.
Come
if we don't
on.
actually have, come on, you gave one, I gave one.
I don't care that
Ban the
much
quarterback
either
sneak.
way.
Chris Jones tweaked his neck. Mahomes dislocated his kneecap on a quarterback sneak.
My main
Let's eliminate
takeaway
it.
from the tush push is it's not
Is
even
that
just
people are weak.
well, no, it's not even the pushing either.
Weak-minded.
I think it's boring to watch, and two, I have no dog in the fight. You know me. I lived in
you
Philly.
love the Eagles, though.
They're Chiefs first.
ELGSES.
Chiefs first.
You chant all the time.
But I don't have this anger. I just don't like Sirianni. But my thing is that when I watched the Washington playoff game versus the Eagles, that was my final straw. I was team. I don't really
You had
care.
like 3 straws left, and then that one happened. You're like, you know what? I've got 1 straw left.
I'm
and
now
it's
out of
gone.
straws.
I've thrown the straw
I'm
away.
literally out of
I
straws.
can't stir my drink anymore.
They were paper, and so they dissolved, and they got all mushy in
Makes
your
sense.
in your drink.
Biodegradable. You know, it's
do I really care about the turtles that much? I don't know.
It's your
I'm
carbon
in
footprint.
Kansas.
You're just doing your you're doing your 1 of 11, as Nick Bolton would say.
So when that happened, I just thought, this is getting a little ridiculous.
Well, let's do this then. If a running back is running and he's like 7 or 8 yards down the field, the offensive line can't then come and push him further. Because Kareem Hunt had a run last year where it was like a 5-yard gain, and he was like picked up by the defense. And the offensive line came and pushed it for like 7 more yards. And the commented, "Oh, Kareem Hunt driving from what a run!" But no, he was on somebody's shoulder.
You know what?
And they pushed him ahead for like 7 more yards.
If that's
ban that too.
you know what? I'll shake your hand.
No,
I'm gonna
I
shake.
don't-
I'm gonna shake his
I actually
hand.
don't want to ban that. I think it's football.
But I think that's the only way you would have, because if you banned the tush push because of that, you would have to then ban it because
Any pushing
of,
whatsoever.
of
So when
that.
a running back gets to the goal line, or is that like the 1 yard line, the offensive line can't come and push behind him to drive him into the end zone, which we
Yeah.
see a lot in
a
the
lot.
NFL.
We've seen Trey Smith thrive in that role.
Yeah, if the pushing part is the issue, then you've got to ban that as well, not just the pushing Jalen Hurts on a. Either way,
That's somewhat swayed me.
it's been going around the combine. There's people with differing opinions. The Colts are going to have a quarterback battle for their number 4 overall pick 2 years ago. So there's some things there at the combine that we'll get into and talk about. There's yet 2 more players that have been granted permission to seek a trade. Jonathan Allen with the Commanders, and earlier today, Harold Landry of the Tennessee Titans, 31.5 sacks the last 3 years. He has now been granted permission going into the last year of his contract from the Tennessee Titans to seek a trade from somebody that wants a pass rusher that would be out there. So a number of players seeking trades. The Cincinnati Bengals said yesterday they will be making Jamar Chase the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL. That is already decided. It's just a matter of the particulars. They don't like to guarantee money. And Jamar Chase would like guaranteed money. And they're like, yeah, we don't, because,
We don't do that.
any guaranteed dollars, we have to put it in escrow immediately, and we don't have money for escrow stuff. So, we're not going to be able to do that. Also, we found out from the GM of the Bengals that there was a contract on the table for Jamar Chase. And Jamar Chase, he said, changed his mind. And he said, that's fine. It's business. There's no hard feelings at all. We had an amazing season with Jamar Chase.
But my feelings are hurt.
Yeah, but that to me was like, well, then why'd he hold out of training camp? If all of a sudden it was like, hey, we're going to agree to this, and then changes his mind, then what's the holdout? Because at that point, then it's like, well, hold on, you changed your mind. We thought we were good. Either way, we'll see what the particulars are. But Jamar Chase ain't going anywhere, and they are on record as saying he will be the highest paid non-quarterback, which is Justin Jefferson right now at $35 million per year, so maybe 35.0001. Maybe. As Bakhtiari did with Trent Williams. Wasn't that the case, that Bakhtiari went like 10,000 more than Trent Williams?
Which, honestly, I get it from the
It's
players.
amazing. It's great.
It was Tyreek Hill when Devontae got his. He
Yes.
goes, no, I now want
Right.
this. I get it.
Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. That's the only thing that was surprising is that Dak Prescott didn't come over the top with Jerry Jones. Or no, CeeDee Lamb, that's what I mean. CeeDee Lamb didn't come over the top of Justin Jefferson because of Jerry Jones to say, no, we've got the highest paid wide receiver.
I said the same thing. I
in
go,
the
because
league.
Jerry loves
35.0001.
There's 2 things that Jerry loves.
Well, we know one of them.
2 things. One, he loves having the highest paid player at a position, so he can say that.
What else does he love?
He loves glory hole.
Is that right? There it was, that contract. Glory hole.
I want me some glory hole.
That's right. So we'll see if what Jamar Chase's contract looks like. 913-912-4810. Let's get into some college basketball. Mizzou with an incredibly entertaining game last night. South Carolina, not the best team, but boy, that was fun to watch. And Missouri offensively is right now in just a groove that I don't know the last time I've seen a Missouri team offensively like this. I mean, it was probably Mike Anderson. Was the last time you really felt, or you know what? Scoring this amount of points, probably Mike Anderson, in a groove where it's just fun to watch him play offense, probably Frank Haith, 2012, when it was the 4-out, 1-in. They weren't scoring 100 points 2 out of 3 games, but they were a fun, efficient offense to watch.
Their offense was bad, and they scored 85 the other night.
That's right. Yeah, we felt like the offense, like they went cold, they couldn't hit free throws, and they dropped 85. They were on fire against Alabama. They hit 110. They played fun, entertaining, connected basketball last night, and they scored 101 points. They had 75 possessions last night, and they turned the ball over 7 times. Scoring 101. As fast-paced as that was, that to me was almost more impressive than going 11 of 19 from behind the arc. For as fast-paced as that was, and to have 75 possessions and have 7 turnovers, with how many outlet passes, cross-court passes, how often they were swinging, drive, attacking, kicking, every once in a while the ball's going to bounce off your foot. A guy's going to drop the ball that's thrown to him out on the wing, You're going to have the ball stolen. You're going to try an entry pass. Even Josh Gray had 2 backdoor passes that were beautiful that resulted in layups. Like, they were as locked in last night as I have seen, and boy, would a bounce back from Arkansas and to play like that. I went back and looked, and so I want to ask you guys to see if you can come up with this number. These are always fun, for me at least. That was Missouri's 4th 100-point game this year.
Sure.
For Mizzou. 4th time they've scored 100 points. From Mike Anderson to Dennis Gates. So the first year of Frank Haith and the last year of Konzo. 11 years.
Well, Konzo never did it.
11 years. How many 100-point games did this includes Frank Haith. So the last year of Mike Anderson. So Frank Haith, Kim Anderson, and Konzo. 11 years. They've got 4 this year. 11 years. How many regulation? I'll give you. There was 1 overtime game where they won, and they got to 101. But that was 5 extra minutes to get to 101.
So we're not counting overtime.
So by the way, that was the only overtime 100-point game. So this isn't they had 7 100-point overtime games. It was 1. So I can even throw that one in there if I want to, and I've given you 1 already. But we'll do regulation and overtime because now we can just add 1 to the regulation for overtime. But 11 years, how many times did they get to 100 points?
So Kim Anderson, I'd be shocked. That seems like a 0. Konzo Martin, I'd be shocked. That seems like a 0. I'll say 3, including the overtime game.
My question, if I can have one here, the 2012 team, is that
2012 is amazing. That's what my daughter
2012.
That's what my daughter says, by the way.
2012.
It's gonna be 2030 coming up in 5 years. I'm like, it's gonna be just 2030.
It'll probably.
Have you been teaching his daughter?
It might have been. Yeah, I might be. Pretty bad teacher.
No wonder she knows about baseball and no math. This is weird. I'm not saying the math is bad for you. I'm just saying
I wasn't very good at math.
Who was? Who was? I mean, come on, Common Core now.
Is it more than 1 for that 2012 team? That'll base my entire answer on this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to say 6 times.
Yeah, I'll go 5. Just right in the middle there.
Well, let's give a standing ovation to Sterling. No, sorry. No. Sterling was closest. You said 3 with overtime, right?
Yeah.
It was 3 regulation, 4 with overtime. In 11 years from, well, no, you got it wrong. Sorry. It's like Rotten Tomatoes. You didn't get the 2 points. You only got the 1 point. Sorry, dude. We'll do
Price
that coming
is
up
right.
later on. Price is right. That's right. He was the closest
Come on
without
down.
going over. That's right.
I come on down now.
That's exactly
Do I
right.
spin the wheel?
Yep. No. You're actually going to play Plinko.
Oh, let's go.
Which is, God, who was it that described? There was I think it might have been Daniel Jeremiah that said the comp for Ashton Genty as a running back is the Plinko. That he just bounces off back and forth, just bouncing until he gets to the end zone. And I thought that's as phenomenal of a comp as I can imagine. It was Daniel Jeremiah. That's as phenomenal of a comp as anything I've ever heard. Because it's like, who's the comp? Oh, I've heard the most he's been comped to is LaDainian Tomlinson. Like, that's like 90% of the time it's like, oh, he's LT. It's LaDainian Tomlinson. Oh, he's LT. And Daniel Jeremiah said, he's the Plinko chip. Price is Right, which is just brilliant.
That is great
to think about. But 11 years, they eclipsed 100 points 3 times. They've done it twice in the last 3 games.
in SEC play.
In SEC play, right.
Against Alabama.
Yes. Well, Nelly, let me tell you about Alabama. And then South Carolina. They've got 100 points and then 85 against Arkansas in a bad night. So this team offensively is as good as we've seen in a long, 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 long time because of the druthers and the abyss and the cavernous wasteland of offense with Kim Anderson and a good portion of Konzo. Frank Haith the first year, and then running dry. Mike Anderson was fun. They would get up and down. Hell, they scored 100 points in the Sweet 16. Mike Anderson's team did against Memphis. I was at that game. That was an amazing game. I sat right in front of Calipari's family, his wife and 2 daughters. And let me tell you, they did not complain about anything the whole game. They thought every single defensive possession for Mizzou was clean. And every time Mizzou had the ball, they didn't think they traveled one time or a carry or an offensive foul. Not one time. It's crazy. And if I told you it was the exact opposite, that would be the truth. Every single defensive possession was a foul. Now, Mike Anderson's teams did force the officials to make some business decisions. Are we going to have 100 free throws? Are we going to let this be a little more physical? And by the way, NCAA tournament games are typically more physical, which is a question for Mizzou that gets to the free throw line as often as they do, that if they get into a game where they're kind of letting them play and it's a little more physical and they're not getting the free throw line, we'll see. But anyway, this offense, 75 possessions, 7 turnovers, 11 of 19 from the three-point line. They missed 2 free throws on the night. It was, 10 of 12. One of them was Sanchez at the end of the game, who was probably as nervous as Sterling walking up to the first girl he ever talked to in, your 3rd year in college? Probably as nervous as you.
Yeah.
He's licking his lips.
Terrified.
You could tell there was no saliva in that guy's mouth whatsoever. And then just bricking the free throw. Luckily, Aiden Shaw had the dunk to put him over 100 because that would have made my stats that I looked up last night during the game obsolete.
Not as fun.
When they were at like 92, and I'm like, we're going to get to 100. Let me look this up. And if Aiden Shaw doesn't duck that ball and get to 101, I'd be really annoyed. Very annoyed. But they got there. But here's the thing about what we're seeing from this offense this year. They have scored 80 points this year 20 different times. They're 18-2 when they score 80. When you do the simple math then, when they don't score 80, they're 3-5. There's a lot of teams that can win without scoring 80. This is a Missouri team that isn't necessarily doing that. They lost to Texas 61-53. They lost to A&M 67-64. Auburn 84-68, even getting 80 points, they still would have lost that game.
That was
Memphis 83-75, that was close. And then Illinois 80-77.
Yeah.
Getting to 80 does take you into overtime, but so there were 2 games where it's like offensively they weren't playing well and they didn't give up a whole lot of points either. They didn't give up 70 and they still lost that game. So they're 3-5 when they don't score 80. That's the question then going into the tournament. If it's a little more physical, if they're letting them play a little bit more, tougher to get around screens, tougher to get some drives to the basket, not getting to the free throw line as much, will they respond defensively to be able to play that level of physicality and limit a team if they're not getting to 80? But what they've proven, Sterling, is that 20 of the 28 games, they've got to 80.
Yeah.
So that's a regular basis. They're getting there. And by the way, that Kentucky over-under on March 3rd is, I think, probably going to be 250.
An NBA game.
As the total.
232.5.
I mean, good God. It's 162 for Vandy coming up on Saturday. Mizzou and Vandy is compared to KU and Texas Tech is 142.
So Missouri is 6th in all of college basketball in points per game at 84.3.
And they're 6th in offensive efficiency under Ken Pom.
They are 3rd in free throw attempts per game.
Mm-hmm. And 3rd
They
in
are
free throw attempts, field
5th.
goal made, yeah.
5th in steals per game.
Mm-hmm.
So they are a very fast-paced team. They get to their free throw line to slow it down. That gives them a baseline, and they're very efficient. It's not just them jacking up shots like it's 1962 NBA. That's when all the stats got inflated in the
It's
NBA.
not Grinnell taking
But-
63s a game.
But what I think is very interesting is you mentioned A&M and you mentioned Texas. Those 2 teams are not score-first teams. They are grind-out teams, and they lost those 2 games. They are 3-1 against teams that are top 12 in scoring in college basketball. They beat Alabama, number 1. They beat Florida, who is 12th, 83.6. And there was one more, drawing a blank here. But they lost to Auburn. But overall, they are better in fast-paced games. They're efficient. They're effective. I just wonder if there's something to that stylistically, if they, just for March Madness purposes, is what I'm thinking.
Right.
If they play a team that also is a very good scoring team, I think I like Missouri's odds.
I do too.
If they play a team that plays like Virginia,
right,
I don't like their chances quite as much.
Yeah.
And even if it's a mid-major. Something to point out, like if they played, I'm trying to think of a mid-major who they played that's like the Samford Bulldogs, who I've seen, I think, at one point, like, that actually might not be the best, or that would be a better matchup because that's a scoring team.
Yeah.
But if they played, I don't know, like a grinded-out mid-major,
Right.
I'm like, I don't know if I like their chances quite as much anymore.
By the way, not scoring 80, the wins were Howard, they won 77-62. KU, they won 76-67. And Vandy, they won 75-66.
Okay.
So those are the 3 wins. They got damn near close to 80 each time. 75 was the fewest points that they scored in those wins. But also, when you hear that, there's only 5 games this year that they haven't gotten to 70 points out of their 28 games that they've played. So they're at least getting to 70 pretty much every single night. Like, this is an offensive-driven team, and I would much rather be a team that's an offensive-driven team in the NCAA tournament than a team that you have to then suffocate the other team to keep it close so you score enough offensively. Virginia was able to win a national championship, but that sort of feels like the outlier than anything else.
And by the way,
of
Drake and
suffocating
St.
a team.
Mary's, those 2 teams, I would not want Missouri to play up against. St. Mary's.
I don't want to play
and
Drake anyway
Drake.
because it's Ben McCollum. I don't want them to
Those
play
2
Drake.
teams would be bad stylistically.
No, thank you. That's going to be a tough one.
You know, I might disagree with you a little bit, Sterling, when it comes to a bad matchup for Missouri. I'm not sure really who is. I mean, if you get into a high-scoring affair we saw against Alabama, one of the best teams in the country, they can hang 110 in regulation. If it's a slower-paced game, yeah, maybe it doesn't favor them if the shots aren't falling, but what's the thing that Missouri loves to do if the shots aren't falling? Get to the free throw line. And that may come down to how the official's calling it.
Right.
As you said, if the officials are letting them play, then you might be in trouble. But that's the NCAA tournament to a T.
Yeah.
It's a crapshoot. You could be red hot going into the tournament, and one of the games you don't play as well, and it's not in your favor, and you're out in the first weekend. But really, when you watch them play, they are so dynamic in so many ways, and it's only gotten better throughout SEC play. You could have made the case in non-conference play that, yeah, they had played pretty well, but they've taken it to another level. Some of the guys that are stepping up, I mean, Mark Mitchell might be one of the toughest stretch fours to defend, and even though he's not a great three-point shooter, he's so good one-on-one at taking guys to the goal, and that prevents those long droughts. That allows you to escape teams. If you're only up by 5 and Missouri slows down the game, they use that physicality, get to the free throw line. Now you got them in foul trouble, and if you knock down the free throws, they're going to be damn tough to beat every single time they take the floor in the NCAA tournament. So when you get on a neutral site, things can always change. Teams are a lot better than you may be facing, like last night, South Carolina. You won't see them in the NCAA tournament, but really, if they get an undersized team, I like their chances. They're bigger, they're more physical, they're faster, they score at a better pace. And if they get a team that is bigger than them, they've got shooters that can knock it down from beyond the arc. So right now, I don't know if I could pinpoint one team that is a nightmare matchup for them.
And even the 2 of those losses that we're talking about that they didn't get to 80, Illinois was 80-77. It was tied with 40 seconds to go. A&M was 67-64. They led with 50 seconds to play in that game. So even in those games, we're like, man, they didn't get to 80 points and they lost. Well, they didn't get to 80 points against the 2 best teams they have played where they didn't get to 80, and it came down to the final possession. So they were there, and they had 2 missed threes against Illinois when they had the lead, and then a number of missed shots against A&M that we know that Grill had a couple heat checks because he was sort of struggling, trying to knock it down. Tamar Bates had the long jumper just inside the three-point line. They had opportunities. Shots didn't fall. So both of those games, they took like 6 shots in the final 30 seconds. They missed all of them. It happens. Will that happen in the tournament? Well, any team that's going to do that in a one-score game in the tournament that misses those shots, it's a make-or-miss game.
I just wonder if it gets them out of their rhythm if you are a shooter having that sort of physicality because they're 0-2 against top 30 or even if you expand it to top 50. They're 0-2 against teams that are top 50 in defensive rankings, Tennessee and Texas A&M. Again, just something that they're really good against fast-paced teams.
Yeah.
It's why I actually like them against Kentucky. It's why I said I kind of liked them against Alabama.
Although now Kentucky's getting all their players healthy.
So we'll find out. But
Stupid.
again, just something to monitor as far as matchups and who they play. I just think that they can score, and they're as efficient as any team in college basketball offensively. Again, it was part of it stylistically because they can go with Mark Mitchell as your 5 and Trent Pierce as your 4, and you can play up-tempo, you can play fast.
Yeah.
They just don't have, especially after Gray, that kind of backup 5
Yep.
for physical purposes, and that has been at times. Again, not trying to be pessimistic. I'm almost trying to emotional hedge because this Missouri team is so damn good, and I've given all these stats of why they should go far in March and all these things. But part of me just you get hurt. You've been hurt so many times.
Yeah.
You're trying to find a way to talk yourself into
mainly because
into it.
everybody's aware of how difficult it is to go to the Final Four. I mean, even KU fans that have gone to Final Four that often, they don't go to the Final Four every year. I mean, Roy was getting to Final Fours and not winning, and then Bill Self couldn't get to a Final Four.
We've had teams having better years than this that make it to barely the
number
second
one
round.
team in the land and then loses in the Sweet 16. One
Yep.
of the best teams in the land loses in the second round to freaking Catino Mobley and
love Catino Mobley.
Rhode Island. Who else was there? There was 2 guys on that team, I can't remember who it was, but I just remember Catino Mobley
And Corey Maggette, probably.
It wasn't Maggette. He played for
Elton Brand, Chris Kaman.
Also, you're
I'm just
going to
name
a lot
Clippers.
of guys in North Carolina.
I'm just naming
I
Clippers.
see what you're saying. Kerry Kittles was on that team,
Kerry
too.
Kittle,
We're
yeah.
going to go and name Clippers. We'll take a timeout, come back, continue rolling. We'll talk a little baseball, some more college basketball, too. But I want to talk about some of the things we heard yesterday that happened after the podium, and then one other clip at the podium from Brett Beach we'll get into. We'll talk some Chiefs on the other side of the break. More Zone next. All right, hanging out here on this Wednesday edition of The Zone. Matt Verderam comes up at noon, Sports Illustrated. He's there in Indy for the NFL Combine. Mick Schaefer joins us at 1 o'clock. He's here in studio. Do some Rotten Tomatoes. It'll be my maiden voyage in Rotten Tomatoes. It'll be your guys' second trip around the
Mick,
Rotten Tomatoes.
Mick, you're probably listening, but get two.
Yes.
Two, not three, because we have 4 of us this time.
Okay,
we'll
so
do 2.
2 movies. Yeah, because you guys did 3 each time?
Yeah.
Okay, so that was 9, so this will be 8. So it's roughly the same.
Yeah, it'll be about the same.
Quick math. I did it, guys. I did it, everybody. We're all going to get there together. It'll take a village, More hands equals less work. All right, 913-912-4810. The Combine, Brett Veach, Andy Reid talking yesterday. Let's play. You know what? We've talked a lot about Trey Smith, and we'll certainly talk and continue talking more about Trey Smith and Kelsey. We talked a decent amount about that yesterday, especially with Kelsey. We didn't talk about the Patrick Mahomes clip of what Brett Veach said. And then Andy Reid on Pro Football Talk with Mike Florio and Chris Sims adding to that. Let's hear Brett Veach. He was at the podium. This was a question that was about average depth of target. In fact, from Matt Verderam. He was the one that asked Brett Veach about, is it personnel? Is it defense? Is it blocking, protection, weapons? Why the average depth of target going in the reverse order and this year being as low as it was? Here's Brett Veach's answer.
It's a combination of everything, and I think we, again, approach every offseason where we want to get him not overthinking. He's grown and developed so much where Coach Nagy and I talk about this, where he knows maybe too much at this point, where he's seeing things that maybe defenses don't even do now because he's that far advanced. But I think it just comes down to settling his feet and him trusting the protection up front, and that's a continual point of emphasis for us, and that's why we always make it a priority to invest in the lines, and I think we'll have that approach. It's just it becomes more difficult, and that's why the league is so great. The more you win, the harder it's supposed to be. And so when you have a bunch of guys that are at the top of the market for their position, and then you have to pick last or close to last every year, it becomes really challenging. So you just have to kind of think outside the box and put some creative plans together. And we've been able to do that in different areas, in different positions, and that's where the focus will be. Just continue to have him play confident behind the pocket, and we'll certainly always look to add weapons. And the last 2 years we've added 2 great receivers. It was a shame Rasheed got hurt because I think he had a chance to be a top 10 receiver, and then the progress Worthy made last year. I think those guys will be a dynamic combination, and we'll see if we can get Hollywood back. But again, receiver will be a position too that we'll never shy away from.
It's a combination of a lot of things, but we go into the offseason and, Pat not overthinking, and then saying, in talking with Matt Nagy, sometimes maybe Patrick is too advanced in expecting the defense to do what could be more of exotic looks that maybe they're not doing at that time, but setting his feet, trusting protection. These are interesting points to make about Patrick Mahomes and not overthinking, because it's something that we have discussed since the season ended of just let it rip. Looking back to 2018 and even 2022 film, the first year without Tyreek Hill, just letting the ball rip, letting it go and firing it all over the field. And it feels like there's a more conservative nature this year to Patrick Mahomes. Here's Andy Reid. The question from Mike Florio is left in here. I thought it was a good question. And here's Andy Reid weighing in on kind of the same thought process Brett Veach just presented.
After the Eagles went up 7-0, after the ensuing kickoff, 1st and 10 on the 33, Worthy had single coverage with, I think it was Quinyon Mitchell. And it looked, Pat was ready to let it fly, and he stopped.
Yeah.
Why do you think he didn't let it fly?
I think one
moment?
of the positives we can get out of that game is we were able to get him going deep.
Yeah.
And that trust, it's a matter of a couple feet, just putting it out there and him to be able to go get it. And so we had worked so much on the short intermediate game, the crossing, all these things that he hadn't done, that I probably didn't put him in a position to do that enough. both those guys.
Well, because it worked late in the game.
That's right. That's what I'm saying. That's one of the
that's
positives.
a springboard into
That's
next
one of the
year.
positives.
Yeah.
Right.
And so that you can take out of that thing, and that's my issue. So I've got to make sure I give them an opportunity to do that more, and then you know how it goes. I mean, you work on these things in practice. That's kind of and you got to get a feel there, and you got to be confident.
Right.
Not only to call it in the game, but also to be able to execute it in the game. So I could have helped out doing those things more in practice.
So Andy Reid always talks about I need to put my guys in better position, and it's I could have done some things better here or there. But saying, the positive from that game is we were able to get him going deep in throwing the ball, and specifically to that particular play where he went to throw it, but then, decided against it. Watching the All-22, Worthy didn't really have a step on Quinyon Mitchell. Credit to Quinyon Mitchell for playing that rep pretty damn good. And I think if he had a step, I wonder if Mahomes lets it rip, as opposed to it's early in the game. Do I want to waste a first down? Do I want to be 2nd and 10 when we just punted and we're down 7-0 because I'm taking a chance this early in the game with a one-on-one when Mitchell won that rep? We'll get that rep again in a little bit, later on in the game. He'll win that one. I'm going to take that shot, just not right now. I don't necessarily question that particular one, but I think the overall totality of this year in wondering when Andy Reid says, we've worked so much on the short and intermediate, which was something that was missing, that we needed to work on, also because defenses were making you do that maybe not enough focus on some of the other things. And I don't know if they have wired him to be more conservative of, hey, short and intermediate. This is the defense is taking this away. You can't over there is not going to be open. This is going to be open short and intermediate. So then you're looking short and intermediate so often that you're not just letting it rip from time to time. And when was it Trevor Sikkema that said that was an FU throw from Patrick Mahomes to Xavier Worthy at the end? That was one of the more bleep you throws, and the response was what you would expect. A bunch of people go, he's down by 30 points. What are you talking about? Bleep you. Who's he bleeping you? And his point was not really a bleep you, but a bleep it. You know what? Bleep you. I'm throwing the damn ball deep. Whether Trevor thought maybe it was bleep you to Andy Reid and Matt Nagy, and as Jalen Hurts said a month ago, taking the handcuffs off of him. Nick Sirianni taking the handcuffs off Jalen Hurts. That was a quote he had in one of those games late. If that was what Trevor Sikkema was meaning, or it was a Patrick Mahomes going, bleep you to my conservative nature, I'm just freaking throwing the ball.
That's what I think it is. I think it was almost to himself.
Bleep it, just throw the freaking ball, let it rip. Bleep it because you're out of the game. You're not coming back. Bleep it, let's do this. Oh, wait, that worked.
Yes.
And I don't know how much that then translates, because didn't we hear my pushback on this is, didn't we hear in training camp how much like they are really wanting to go deep? Like they are forcing it. Patrick Mahomes is throwing the ball deep to Hollywood and Xavier. They are, even when it might be their intermediate or short, like Andy Reid is wanting him to push the ball down the field. We heard that in training camp.
But that's why I don't think it's Andy. That's why I think it was a bleep it to, almost to himself, like an instincts, like trust your damn instincts, Patrick.
And trust Xavier.
And by the way, part of it is also because Hollywood and Rasheed got injured. That's a major aspect that I feel like almost gets glossed over. And we're going to look back in a couple of years and say, how did this team with that many injuries go 15-2 and make it back to a Super Bowl? I think we're going to
15-1 as Brett
15-1 as Brett Veach pointed out.
I think he said 7 different times in different interviews that they went 15-1 last year.
And so I think we'll look back, maybe have a different. It's because right now we're still almost feeling the pain of the blowout loss on the biggest stage. But we'll look back and I think have a little more nuance and understanding. But I think the game plan was the deep ball this year. The issue was injuries happened to their two best wide receivers. And then Patrick, I think, got into his shell. The offensive line played a factor, and I don't want to say yips necessarily, but I think he was overthinking, which was something I'd been saying for a large part of the season. Was he's not trusting his instincts, which is what made him so great. They moved on from Alex Smith just for Patrick to almost turn back into a game manager. This is not me taking a shot on Alex Smith, but we know that they tried to find an elevator in that regard, and Patrick's reverting too much to, again, as Verderam pointed out, 41st in average depth of target this year. 41st.
It seems like every training camp there's a narrative that comes out that is a complete opposite of what the actual reality is. Like the year before it was, We don't just have 5 receivers.
Oh my
we
God,
have
there's-
8 receivers.
How
we,
can you
we don't
cut
have
any of
enough.
these guys?
We don't have enough spots on the team for receivers, and
It's just like loaded. It's an embarrassment of riches at the wide
we
receiver
barely
spot.
had one.
That's right. And they had that one later on in the year. He eventually became into that one.
And Tony was a bona fide number 1 receiver as well. So don't forget that.
That's right. Sky Moore breakout season.
I do believe that we would have seen the deep ball a bit more if Rashee Rice stayed healthy, because as we saw at certain points in the year, Worthy became that guy. But when Worthy's the only guy and Hollywood Brown's not back yet, well, you might be able to defend that a little better, because if Rashee Rice is healthy, you got to worry about the slot routes that he may be running. Same thing for Hollywood Brown. Now you got to worry about the deep threat in Xavier Worthy. But that was just the cards they were dealt. They weren't healthy, and 2 of their biggest contributors in the wide receiver room weren't there for the majority of the season. So hopefully that can be happening next year. But yeah, on that throw specifically, I'm with Sterling here. I imagine it was more so of a screw this conservative nature, more so than screw you guys for not being able to let me rip, because there was no time to, truthfully. I mean, even if he was going to be throwing the deep ball early on in the game, I'm not sure it would have been there. I mean, Philadelphia had everything bottled up until the very end of the game when they had reserves and they had backups in.
And I do wonder if Mahomes would have known how the game was going to progress if he would have let it rip a couple of times early. Because as we say, well, as the game went along, like, did he even have time to do that? Well, on that particular play, he did. But does he expect the rest of the game being, I'm going to be running for my life a good portion of this game, so I better take some shots when I got protection here? If he were to, look back on it and say, here's how I expect the game to go, and they're going to start getting pressure on me soon, maybe he takes a shot early in the game. I don't know. But if Andy Reid is saying one of the positives is that, he get him going deep, like throw the ball. Sometimes it's a couple of feet here or there, and let him go get it and just put it out there. And Brett Veach saying it's about not overthinking, setting your feet, trusting protection. Now, both of them immediately then put the onus on themselves. Brett Veach then went to, that's why we have to continue to attack and make sure the offensive line is good enough. We have the weapons around him. Not that he's got to do this and we're doing our job. Like, bleep it, man. We're paying on the offensive line. Like, we've got weapons out there. You had Hollywood and Xavier. You didn't have Rashee Rice, but Hollywood was back. We went and got Hopkins for him. Like, he's got well, that's where we come into play, and we got to make sure the protection is good. We got to make sure he's got the weapons around him. And then Andy Reid saying, well, I didn't put him in a good enough position, and we focus so much on these other things that maybe, we didn't get back into some of the things that he does well. But, I mean, come on, man, you can lead a horse to water, but, and I do wonder if there's, again, I've said I'm putting money on Patrick Mahomes winning the MVP this year, because I think this is going to be a Bleep You tour. I think this is 2022 all over again, where he came out, guns a-blazing, and not thinking, oh, I got to throw short. It was almost like a Bleep You. Hold on, I don't have Tyreek Hill, so we can't go over the top. We can't get chunk plays. Okay, I'll hit Justin Watson for a touchdown against the Chargers for 50 yards. I'll hit MVS down the field when he was actually catching the ball the first year with the Chiefs. I'll do some of these things in the game because Bleep You.
Yeah.
That, I'm not just a Tyreek Hill guy. Okay, Bleep You, I'm not a check down Charlie. Okay. All right, we'll see. All right, well, here we go.
I think that A dot's going to be raised. That A dot is not going to be 41st this year.
Yeah, I agree. We'll take a timeout, come back, continue rolling. More Zone next. in what we're hearing him talk about in spring training. We'll get into that at the top of the 11 o'clock hour. Michael Massey with an adventure in left field. A few days after India had an adventure in left field. Again, their first innings out there, their first time playing out there in games, a little bit different than just taking some fly balls and batting practice and shagging fly balls and things like that. You're actually, in a game, and it's not, all right, we're working on these slices to your right shoulder, okay? Well, yeah, if you know that's coming. And then it happens in a game, and the swing looks like it's going into left center, and you take 2 steps to your left, as Massey did yesterday, and that ball has so much spin on it that you then have to spin back to your right because that's where it's going and you don't catch the ball. That's where you can practice as much as you want, but your instinct immediately is, oh, that's going into left. Oh, bleep. I've already taken 2 steps the wrong way because that spin is different than spin you're getting at other spots in on the field. So what was that, Sterling? What was that? So just yell loud.
Cut his mic.
Dang, Dylan. Honestly, it's even
he just
different
doesn't want you to talk.
I know, I get it, but it's I don't want me to talk either. It's like center field. Even sometimes they say it's even easier than the corners at times because of the spin. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That spin isn't really affecting you at center field the way that it is in left field or right field.
Yeah.
And that one got Massey early in the game, and he talked about it after the game of like, well, yeah, that's one that I've got to get better at, of just recognizing immediately that there's going to be that English on the baseball that is going to have it slice like that from your left shoulder to right shoulder, and you've got to turn your hips and run, and there are no wasted steps needed because you won't get there. And that's something MJ had to improve on. And comparatively speaking, like MJ was taking better routes last year to the ball than he was in right field.
Have we seen Michael Garcia in the outfield yet in spring training?
Not in spring training yet. We saw him in center field. Was it in spring training or minor league?
It was spring training last year. He played center field, then he was in right field in that series against Houston in September or something.
I would love to see if he could play left for the simple reason India was drafted as a third baseman originally, right? Originally, he was a third baseman. Michael Massey is a really good defensive second baseman. I know India's not going to be a great defender at third, but I think he can be serviceable. I think Michael Garcia has the best chance of being at least an average left fielder of the again, I'm not trying to say that India and Massey, let's already pull the plug on it, obviously very early. I'm just saying, just stylistically speaking, India drafted as a third baseman. He knows that well. Massey's a phenomenal second baseman. We know that. Michael Garcia, I would like to see in left because India's going to be in the lineup every single day.
Well, let's break. We'll come back and talk about that. We'll talk a little bit about that because Michael Massey in left field, India in left field, how they deal with 3 guys that are playing, 3 guys to play second and third, essentially. How and all 3 guys you want in your lineup, probably going to have in your lineup every single day. So we'll talk about that. And then, Bobby Witt, I really want to get into this conversation because it's something that continues to make him special is, what we're hearing him talk about in spring training. Now, he can't get a hit, so I do wonder if his offense is just gone now. So
he's working on his base running, Jason.
You do have to wonder if the offense is now if it was last year just a fluke. I mean, I do.
But India's getting on at a 600 clip.
That's a good point. Yeah. Will India now be a top 3 MVP candidate?
Jack Caglione is getting on at a 600 clip.
People are wondering. People are asking these questions. You know what I mean?
And he's yet to take a walk with the 600 clip on base. Just saying. So some people are saying.
Some people are talking. People are talking. People. So we'll talk some baseball on the other side of the break. Matt Verderame coming up at noon. Sports Illustrated. Mick Schaefer, 1 o'clock. More on next. At noon, talking some college basketball as well throughout the show. But Matt Verderam from Sports Illustrated talking football, but he's at the Combine. We'll talk a little bit about that. You were talking and discussing, Sterling, before we went to break, that I wanted to get into a little more in-depth. As, you know, does Garcia move out to left field? What about Indy at third? I would compare this to left tackle, left guard for the Chiefs. Do you figure out your left tackle spot and know that it's maybe going to be an issue while having an all-pro left guard, or do you weaken two different positions? And that's how I would view Garcia in left field. Because whether it's Garcia or India, guys learning left field, or Massey, there's going to be a curve that you're going to have to be learning on, and you're not going to have – I mean, it's going to be a far cry from Alex Gordon out there in left field. But Garcia down to India, I think is a bigger drop-off from the amazing third base defense you're getting from Garcia to probably a negative runs added at third base from Jonathan India. So I'd rather it be, let me keep my amazing third baseman there at the hot corner and play great defense on the infield with Massey at second, with Bobby at short, with Garcia at third. And yeah, we got to figure out left field, and hopefully India or whoever can figure that out. But I would rather Garcia stay at third and just be the stud infielder that he is at third.
I agree. The defense is too good at third base, and we've seen in the past, too, the difference between elite defense at third base, even average defense at third base, and really bad defense over at the hot corner. I mean, when Hunter Dozier was over there, it was very noticeable. When Maikel Franco was over there, it was very noticeable what type of production was being put out there defensively from third base. Where in left field, they've had MJ Melendez out there for 2 years. Yes, year one was really ugly because he was learning the position. He had been a catcher his whole life. Now he's learning a corner outfield spot. And by the way, they tried him in right field before they tried him in left field. So you're learning a lot of different turns, how to, track down a slicing line drive. That's hard to do going from right field to left field. So going into this year, you might be better off saying, look, if we replace the defense at third base with Jonathan India or Michael Massey, it is going to be noticeable because of how good that defense was at third base last year. If you are replacing MJ Melendez's defense in left field with Jonathan India playing left field for the first time or Michael Massey playing left field for the first time, my question would be, how big of a difference is it? Obviously, you're not getting the arm strength that MJ Melendez has. That is one of his best attributes as a defender. But in tracking down fly balls, getting the best read off the bat, there might be some growing pains, but keep in mind, MJ Melendez was a well below defender out there in left field last year. So if you're trying to get India to learn the position or get Massey to learn the position or they just split time there, even if it's not that great, it's not that big of a difference as it was to last year.
Yeah, I think leave Garcia. I was annoyed when they moved Garcia to second base. I mean, it was like, just leave him alone, man. Leave Brittany alone. Leave Maikel alone. Or when we had the clip that we played back when Bobby was in the minor leagues and they had him play third base. And it was crazy because it was that same person on YouTube that was, leave Bobby alone. Same thing. It was weird. At first they came out and talked about Brittany, but then with must be a big Royals fan, said, leave Bobby alone. And I want them to leave Maikel Garcia alone at third base.
I guess I would put it this way, though, too.
Put it.
Who do you want 575 at-bats going to? Maikel Garcia, Michael Massey, or India? I want 575 going to India. I'd prefer 575 to Massey over Maikel Garcia. And if Maikel Garcia is your everyday third baseman, he's the guy getting the 575. Whoever's going to be in the outfield, for the most part, is going to probably have a platoon situation rocking. I think that's the big reason why I want Massey in India, because I don't want to move those guys off their position. I think Maikel Garcia, to me, is a super sub. I view him as he'll get 400 at-bats this year maybe, but just playing all over the field. I don't want to move India and Massey multiple times and have them play multiple positions. I want them to stay where they're at, and that means whoever's in left field more than likely is going to be the platoon guy.
So who's in left field then?
Just every single day? Or,
so I'm just saying, if Garcia is now a super sub and
Yes.
bouncing around, and you're not getting the 550 at bats or whatever.
I'd say 400, and he can play second, short, and third. If you need a day off for any of those guys, I think you probably having him maybe with MJ. Maybe there's still a trade in the works, but
I just don't know what you gain over the course of the entire season, offense and defense combined. Where, I want India's bat in the lineup as often as possible because that's your leadoff hitter. So if that means he's playing left field every day, well then that whatever, figure it out if he can do that. But if you're losing outs during a game, which we've seen at third base, and I can't even remember Alexander. Was it CJ Alexander that came up and played third base?
That's exactly who it was.
And we saw the difference between below average third base play and stud third base play.
Yeah, but
it extends innings.
India is better than CJ Alexander.
I don't disagree, but what you're gaining by having Michael Garcia platoon and Jonathan India, if you're talking about 150 extra at bats over Michael Garcia and what his bat can do, as opposed to if Garcia is just at third base and playing amazing defense, and India's in left field and learning on the fly, the overall offensive and defensive team for winning baseball games, I think is better in the totality of that, rather than India at third base and Garcia getting 400 bats by being a sub in left field or center or right or second or shortstop or third if need be and bouncing around.
And that's fine.
Because somebody still has to play left field.
Someone still has to play there. And,
so if we're saying there's an inferior left fielder, somebody still has to play it.
My point,
and
I guess, is
Alex Gordon.
I just don't. I want as many at bats for Massey and India, and I don't want to move them off of their spots in season. I want them to. If they're an everyday guy, which I think both guys should be and can be everyday guys, I want them to play the same spot almost every single game instead of moving them around. Let them focus so they can focus more on the offensive side of the ball.
That is a risk that I'll agree with you, is that you brought India over here to be a leadoff hitter.
Yes.
So the last thing I want is for him to lose an ability or lose focus at the plate because he's spending so much time trying to learn left field. And now he's not the leadoff hitter you brought him over to be anyway.
And when you have Kyle Isabel, again, not trying to take a shot on Isabel, but he's not getting on base. He's not a good hitter, but you love his defense. You can't have multiple of those guys. That can't be your 7, 8, 9 is all defense first, no offense.
Well, it might come down to who do you want to replace in the lineup, Michael Garcia or MJ Melendez. And for the Royals, India and Massey are going to play every single day. But to your point, if you want to keep him at one spot, he wants to learn one spot, it appears that it's going to be left field. One of those guys is going to play there. And when you're comparing Michael Garcia and MJ Melendez, what are the benefits of both of those guys? For Melendez, unfortunately, it's not anything right now. He's not a good defender. He wasn't good at the plate last year. Yes, the ceiling is still there. The potential's there. But I almost wonder if their solution to the outfield was India's going to play out there in left field. His bat is better than Melendez. Isbell has the defense and center to protect him in left field. And then in right field, you start Renfroe against lefties, you start Melendez against righties, and you minimize him getting overexposed. That's what I believe it is with Melendez. Unfortunately, when you hit a certain point in your career, it can't just be, well, he needs one more year. This is going to be his 4th year in Kansas City.
1,587 plate appearances so far.
And I believe you know who a player truly is or what they can be around 600 to 700 at bats. He's nearly doubled that, more than doubled that actually at this point. So minimizing his appearances against lefties might get the best out of MJ Melendez. And for Garcia, he's got the advantage over Melendez because of his defense. If Michael Garcia was a bad defender, then you do have a serious argument. But I believe you start Massey at second because defensively he's better than India there, and then you try India in left field, and they still might move around. That's what Matt Quatrero does. Yeah. I don't know if you could pigeonhole him into saying, yeah, he is going to be our everyday left fielder. There are going to be times Massey's in left, and India's at second, and Garcia's at third, or Melendez is in left, India's at third, Michael Massey's at second, and Garcia's on the bench. That's just the way they're going to operate a little bit, and that's what they knew coming in. Or India, when he got acquired, they said, look, you're going to have to be flexible out here. And he seemingly has taken it in stride, and we'll see how it works out.
Well, the impetus is going to be on Michael Garcia and his bat. Because if Garcia gets back to having a 330 on-base percentage like he did 2 years ago and almost a 700 OPS, it's different than the 600 OPS last year and getting on base at 280. So if he were to get back closer to what that guy was, batting 270 as opposed to batting 230, okay, well, his bat in the lineup every day with 500, 550 at bats. A little bit different than 550 at bats for a guy that's getting on base at 280. And you're looking at him as, good God, he's the leadoff hitter and he can't get on base, which is a little bit like Juwan Taylor at right tackle making $20 million, not good. Juwan Taylor at right tackle making $3 million, great value. Really good value. Michael Garcia back to a 315 on base percentage as your number 8 hitter.
Yeah.
Hey, fine.
Great value.
280 on base as your leadoff hitter. Good God, that's awful. That's terrible. He's the problem with the offense. And if he doesn't get back to that, then you look at the Royals, and I would say from the Royals standpoint, like, okay, if you're trying to move Jonathan India to left field, did you miss your window to trade Michael Garcia as a shortstop and get something valuable for him as a short, because his numbers as a shortstop different than his numbers as a third baseman, okay? Yeah. Representative numbers as a shortstop, it's not, the light hitting, a guy who can never, get on base or anything like that, like a backup. He's not Tony Pena, you know what I mean? Like Junior. He's not somebody that just is never going to get on base, but plays a good shortstop.
He had a lot of triples, though, early in his career.
Right. You saw the almost 700 OPS, and if he plays a really, really good defense. But if his bat stays like this and is not going to get back to what it was in 23, and this is just the guy that he is, and he's playing an awesome third base, well, then you missed your window to trade MJ Melendez as a catcher. And then you missed your window to trade Michael Garcia as a third baseman, which is then resulting in you taking a guy in India who you brought over for his bat and taking away from his bat because he's now learning left field.
Yeah. When it comes to MJ, in something that Jack brought up as far as the overexposure, 100% with you. His splits are actually really interesting. I want to get to it in 1 second. But against righties, he has an OPS of 718. Against lefties, it's 639. I mean, that's a pretty big drop. Against righties, he is about a league average bat. About a league average bat. The batting average is not great, but on-base percentage and slugging is pretty good, 718. Against lefties, it's just no power. He does not walk. He just tries to almost slap the ball, and he slaps the ball at a 234 clip.
And softball would be badass.
It'd be great.
Slap hitter and get out of the box. He's already 2 steps out of the box almost by the time that ball gets
So
thrown.
he's definitely better against righties. Lefties, it's overexposed. Yeah. The funny part against him against lefties, though, against left-handed starters, his OPS is 719. He's great against. He's 258, 337, slugging still 383, not great. Against lefty starters, he's pretty good.
Well, that makes sense.
It's lefties relievers. He's like, I don't have it in front of me, that he has to be like 2 of 100.
Well, I mean, that would make sense because we don't have the loogies anymore. Yeah. But if you're a lefty in the bullpen, you're probably more of a specialist than you are, coming in and throwing gas.
I just thought that was hilarious that his OPS against left-handed starters, 719. Against lefties as a whole, 639. Yeah. He has to be the worst bullpen lefty of all time.
I'm going to pull up that split while Jack talks.
Well, you want to maximize value out of each and every guy you have out there in the lineup. And Matt Quatrero is going to put a lot of different guys in the lineup. And for those that aren't everyday players, you got to find sweet spots as to where they can exceed. And last year, there were 2 lefties in that lineup that were borderline unplayable when facing, a left-handed pitcher. That was Melendez and that was Kyle Isbell. That's where it wouldn't surprise me either, as we've talked about with Joey Weimer. If he can show out in camp, show that he can play defense well, you can platoon there and you can platoon in right field. It's not a perfect solution, but it's this Tampa Bay Rays mentality of, our bench guys, they are incredibly valuable. You might have a bench player that gets in 120 games this year and they start maybe 60 of them, maybe half the time. And, that where there's been so much concern of, well, the Royals didn't do anything for their outfield. They didn't try to improve their outfield. I don't believe it was for a lack of trying. I don't believe they could get anybody to trade with them. And I feel like some of the guys on the market were asking for a lot more money or a lot more years. We saw that with Anthony Santander. The Royals wanted to give him 3 years. He wanted 5 years. Toronto had struck out on 90% of their free agent targets, and therefore they were willing to go the extra mile. But the way I believe you can make this outfield a little bit better is to not put one of those guys who was really awful in production last year there just every single day. And with India in left field, you're not going to see MJ Melendez every single day. And that goes over to right field. You might not see Hunter Renfroe every day. There was one portion in the season last year, I want to say it was May to early June, where Hunter Renfroe was a top 3 hitter in the lineup behind Bobby Witt Jr. and Salvador Perez. His walk rate was above 10%. He was getting on base at a 350 to 360 clip. Then what happens? He gets hurt in the Yankees series, and I believe he got hit on the foot, if I'm not mistaken. That set him back a long way. Yeah. So you have a 30-plus-year-old right fielder. You have a struggling 26-year-old outfielder. How do you maximize the both out of them? Well, with my right fielder and Hunter Renfroe, I'd be concerned about durability. So what do you do with that? Well, let's only play him half the time. Let's try to maximize those amount of at-bats against left-handed pitchers, which, if I'm not mistaken, in his career, he's got good splits against left-handed pitchers. So you have him out there, not playing him every single day, less chance he gets hurt. And then for Melendez, just take away the times he's facing a left-handed batter. And how many times did we see Matt Quatrero last year in like the 5th or 6th inning pinch hit for somebody that was only in there to face the opposite-handed pitcher? We saw it a lot. So Melendez might be out there on opening day. Let's say it'll be Shane Bieber probably for Cleveland. He starts in that game, and then they go to a left-hander out of the bullpen. All right, Hunter Renfroe's now in for the final 3 innings of the game.
Hunter Renfroe, career. I can go back to last year in a second.
I think it was pretty even last year, which is odd.
But career, Hunter Renfroe against righties, 734 OPS, pretty solid. Mm-hmm. Against lefties, 845.
Yeah.
Near. I wouldn't say elite, but that's great.
Yeah,
That's great.
Bieber's with the Tommy John, so it won't be.
Is he still not going to be ready by opening day? Then it will be Bybee then.
Yeah.
So still a righty.
Yeah, it'll still be a righty, exactly. But just different name. still
different name, slightly.
Yeah,
No
throwing from the same side of the glove is going to be on the his left hand. Either way, but
last year Hunter Renfroe was slightly higher OPS against lefties, but it was pretty
even.
Pretty even. He just has more power against lefties is what it is. Mm-hmm. Against righties, the batting average and on-base percentage is nearly identical, righties versus lefties. But against lefties, he just crushes the ball, a lot more power. Mm. So,
I want to talk Bobby Witt. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. And one of the things that continues to impress me about him and things that we're hearing from spring training and honestly, something I thought is the next evolution of his game. And he doesn't sit back on his laurels and go, you know what, I finished 3rd in MVP. Everything's going well. Let me just sort of relax and take some time off and enjoy my new contract. Let me travel the world and do some fun things here. Maybe he's doing that too, but regardless, we'll take a timeout, talk about that on the other side of the break. More Zone next. At noon, we'll talk with Matt Verderam from Sports Illustrated. Some NFL football, some Chiefs football, some little draft mixed in as well. Mick Schaefer joins us in the 1 o'clock hour, KSHB 41 Sports Director. So we talked a little bit about, Bobby Witt, and one of the things that I believe continues to make him special, the best players at their sport are not just the most naturally gifted, but they're the ones that work harder than the next guy and just continue to work and work and work to try to be perfect. Told the story about, Tony Gonzalez that one of the things that was sort of like that makes sense, I'm dumb. When, covering one of my first practices and in training camp, and practice is over, and I think this was in River Falls, and everybody's leaving, and Tony Gonzalez is staying at practice and on the jugs machine for 30 minutes, each way, 30 minutes over looking to his right, 30 minutes to his left, and just out there just working and working and working. And I'm like, what's he? He's the best tight end in the league. Why would he be out there? And it's like, oh yeah, that's right. That's why he's the best tight end in the league. Just because after practice, before practice, he's the one out there by himself. Other guys are going in to shower, head home, get some food, whatever. And Tony Gonzalez has been to the meetings and practiced, and now he's by himself doing even more stuff. Well, Bobby Witt, we talked about last year, the offseason before the 2023 season or 2024 season, he goes and completely breaks down his defensive approach and builds it from the ground up. All right, defense not good enough, I'm starting over. The bat's going to be there. Feel good about that. And it was, but defensively has to be better. He's not a guy that just simply sits back and says, it's all good. And one of the things that I think was holding Bobby Witt back to a degree this year, in a season in which he finished third in MVP, is the head-scratching part of why, as he's the fastest player in Major League Baseball, is he getting caught stealing as often as he is, and he's faster than Michael Garcia, and Garcia just doesn't get caught stealing. Garcia always steals the base. I mean, if he's going, he's going to be safe, even with his sliding feet first, which is odd because typically when we see great base stealers, they're sliding, head first and reaching out with their hands. And Garcia's so good that he's sliding feet first and still stealing all of these bases and not getting caught. So what's the difference? And I had talked when they went into the offseason, I'm like, man, I would love for Bobby Witt just to figure out, what does Garcia do? How is Garcia stealing bases being not as fast as Bobby Witt? Is Bobby Witt being, graded as the sprint speed, feet per second? He was the fastest in baseball last year. Johan Rojas was 30.1, Ellie De La Cruz was 30, and Bobby Witt 30.5. So number one in baseball in sprint speed, feet per second. But he keeps getting caught stealing. He keeps getting thrown out at second base. And hearing him at spring training talk about, no, this is what I did in the offseason. This is my next evolution of, I recognize that I'm getting thrown out. And he said, trying to regain that confidence in base stealing. So he's like, first year defensively wasn't great. Let me go in and attack that. And he said, quote to Andy Rogers, I'm one of the fastest guys in the league, so I shouldn't be getting thrown out the way that I am. So it's just watching videos, trying to figure out things, and that's what's fun about this game. It's always a game of adjustments. And his net extra bases taken value was overall base running was 35th in Major League Baseball, which is crazy because he was third in baseball in extra bases taken. It drops all the way to 35 because of his base stealing, because he was getting thrown out. I love the fact that he looks in the mirror and says, and doesn't see a guy who's a finished product, doesn't see a guy who's got a $100 million contract, doesn't see a guy who finished third in MVP in his third year and say, I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm just going to keep doing what I've been doing, honing in on those things. But he's like, no, how do I get better? What am I going to do? Okay, let's incorporate the green and red light. Did you see the green and red light at spring training they were working on?
Yep.
Read about that. And if you talked about that, I apologize. I was on vacation when you were at spring. We were both on vacation, Jack.
We were.
You were at spring. You just happened to be in Surprise, Arizona.
I just happened to be working.
Surprise! I was in my house. That's we both had a surprise there. But he's the fastest guy in the league. So how is he getting thrown out? And I love that he's addressing the gained and the reaction time, because these numbers for Manny Rogers are crazy. So Witt's average lead distance gained, which means how many feet do you cover from the second the pitcher releases the baseball to, or moves his foot for the first time, to then releases the baseball. So what's the distance gained? 2022 was 9.7 feet. 2023 was 9.6 feet. This year was 9.4 feet. Major League Baseball average is 11.5. Yeah. He's 2 feet slower. And that's all reaction time. It's not because he's slow. It's the second the pitcher's moving to then releasing the ball, he's 2 feet slower than the Major League Baseball average on stolen base attempts this year. Like, if that's fixed, he could be a 70-bag guy. That's 2 extra. How often is he thrown out by a half a foot? Bang, bang. Oh, that was so close. 2 feet difference is massive for Bobby Witt. And to see some of these, the numbers and what they're working on, I just love that it's like, what do I do? How do I become better at this reaction time? Not, some other things that that's what makes him special, is that he's willing to outwork the other guys on what's a deficiency in his game. He had 31 stolen bases last year, 12 caught stealing. It's not great, but you wouldn't say, well, it's stolen bases is a deficiency in his game. But he thinks it is, which then is what makes him a future MVP guy in this league.
Yeah, I mean, it isn't a huge glaring problem like it would be if you were struggling at the plate or if you were at the field. But, I mean, he has the type of speed where every single or every walk turns into a double. He should be able to swipe second base even if they are pitching out or they are holding him well. Because go back to last year, how many of those times, the 12 times he was thrown out, did everything have to go right? Yes. Slow reaction time, slide step, a good pitch to throw on for a catcher, and the ball has to be right there. It was 12 times.
And sometimes a nice pick by the second or shortstop to place the tag.
I liken it a little bit with Garcia and Bobby Witt Jr. to what it was with Gerard Dyson and Terrence Gore. I believe if you had two of those guys stand at home plate and say run to first base, I do believe that Gore would have beaten him 7 out of 10 times. But on the bases, there is a difference in being the faster guy and just the better base runner. Gerard Dyson was always the better base runner. He could pick up when that pitcher was going to go. He knew which count every single time he was going to run on, where Gore, when he came up, he always got to second base. But because if he had the slow reaction time, he was quick enough to get there. And on some of those stolen bases Bobby Witt Jr. had, that's going to happen.
Well, and Gore's acceleration was stupid.
Yes.
Like, it was getting to top speed for Terrence Gore was like a snap. It was like 0 to 60 pretty quickly. And maybe we're seeing Bobby Witt, maybe we're seeing Michael Garcia 0 to 60, 0 to top speed is quicker than Bobby Witt 0 to top speed. But also one of the numbers that she brought up was he's a half a foot closer to first base on his lead than Major League Baseball average. Now, I will say, pitchers keep him closer because they throw over there all the time. They know he's going to steal. So that's probably natural in knowing that I'm going to get thrown over here. You can't get thrown over there 2 or 3 times, but is he instinctually, if he's getting to this point to where he's reading the pitcher a little bit better, then now can he extend his lead? If he extends his lead another half foot and then gains just a Major League Baseball average of feet gained, it's 2.5 feet from his lead to then how much ground he's covering when the ball is released from the pitcher. I mean, how often is he getting thrown out if that's the case? Like, he becomes elite in stolen bases.
He should be a 50 to 60 stolen base guy all the time because of how, I mean, he got a 332 average last year. He was on base a hell of a lot more than everybody else.
389 on base percentage.
389.
He had 31 stolen bases, and I think it's a lack of confidence, as he said. I got to get confidence back in stealing. He just wouldn't do it.
And if you start
or just
the year,
stopped doing it.
Yeah, if you start the year, rattling off 10 of your first 10, that confidence is going to be there, and it does bleed into the next guy up. With Vinny Pasquantino in the 3-hole, and you've got Bobby Witt Jr. at first, you're giving him a pitch or two to run on, and that's what we saw last year when he was mentally struggling with that, of Vinny take a ball right down the middle. And he is a guy that can drive in over 100 each year. He might not see another pitch in that at-bat like that. So if he does get to that level of, I know that I've got a good lead, I feel comfortable enough where if they throw over, I can get back to the bag. But, probably talking to Michael Garcia a little bit because he, I think, was successful on 30-plus of his
37 of 39.
37 of 39. And he's not the quickest guy by any means.
Yeah, he's not Bobby Witt.
He's like his cousin with Alcides Escobar, where Escobar was able to steal a chunk of bases in those runs in 2013 to 2015.
Garcia, I see the top 25 here in sprint speed, feet per second, and he's not listed. Michael Garcia is not listed in the top 25, yet 37 of 39 in stolen bases.
He just knows how to read a pitcher.
It's like that's what speed do, but that's what instincts do too. Mm-hmm. That's what speed and instincts do.
And there's a couple, like I would love to see it more with Kyle Isbell. I feel like Kyle Isbell's got the sprint speed to be able to steal 20 bags. Even if he's not getting on base at a 330 clip, he gets on base enough where he can swipe 30 bases. And that is late game scenarios or when you're trying to build a lead early in the game. That is advantageous. So we kind of mocked it a little bit when the Royals were bad and, we value contact and speed and defense. Well, if you don't get on base a lot, it's not going to matter if you're thrown out at second all the time. But with a team like this, with as much speed as they have, that should be an advantage they have against everybody. Where Jonathan India, even though he's not as fast as Kyle Isbell or as good of a base stealer as Michael Garcia, you get on base, it should immediately start discombobulating the pitcher where I got to worry about a lot of these quick guys on the bases, and now I'm starting to lose focus with the guy I'm facing out there. Therefore, it leads to an ambush with Vinny Pasquantino or Salvador Perez.
Yeah, the number 10 in all of baseball last year was Garrett Hampson, and he had 7 stolen bases and 2 caught stealings. If he's the 10th fastest player in baseball, you would think he'd have more than 9 stolen base attempts, but just not comfortable being an overall base stealer.
Both Michael Garcia and Kyle Isbell are 27.9. You said Bobby was 30.1?
30.5.
30.5. Kyle Isbell and Michael are 27.9, which constitutes the 65th.
I was going to say
66th percentile. So they're above average, but not even they are slightly above average.
Top 25 is 29.5. That's to get into the top 25.
They are
29.5.
They're slightly above average sprint speed. Yet Michael Garcia was 37 of 39. Yet Kyle Isbell only stole 11 bases. So kind of to your point,
they both had the same number of caught stealings. Only Michael Garcia had 26 more bags.
Well, one that also shows you how confident Michael Garcia
absolutely.
is. But why can't a guy like Kyle Isbell get there? They have the same. Again, everyone's built
the
different.
Same top speed,
and maybe Michael just gets that to that final gear quicker. But I think there is something. I've always wondered that with Kyle Isbell. You're a great defender, but if you need to bring something else to the table because it's not the bat when you do get on, stolen bases, in my opinion, should be a part of his game.
It has to be. And that goes back to our conversation about Michael Garcia and MJ Melendez. Not only is Garcia a better defender, he's a better base runner. And when I was growing up, probably the same for you guys, but if you had a coach that said, well, if you're struggling somewhere, pick it up somewhere else. If you're struggling at the plate, you better
My coach was like, get the water out there quicker.
Yeah, better. Or if you're in right field, right? Nothing's going to happen out there. Do something. And Michael Garcia is one of those guys that is the best base stealer on this team. Even with Bobby Witt Jr. improving this year, I believe as reading the pitcher, having those instincts, there's nobody better, maybe in the American League, than Michael Garcia. Because if you stacked him up against guys that were his speed, I would love to find how many stolen. If you find that sprint speed per second of 27.8, as you said, or 27.9, if you stacked up all of those guys and looked at their stolen base total, I would probably venture a guess that nobody else is above 30 because either they're not as aggressive or they're not as good of reading the pitcher like Garcia is.
Yeah, Ellie De La Cruz led the league in caught stealings last year with 16, which is 4 more than Bobby Witt. He also led the league in stolen bases with 67. So he had 30 more stolen bases and 4 extra caught stealings. So, yeah, he got caught 16 times, but he had 67 bags.
What did he probably didn't play enough, Ruiz, for the A's.
He was bounced back and forth, but I still believe he stole
not last year.
Bases.
2 years ago, he was a stolen base fiend.
Yeah, that was 2 years ago. Yeah, that was in 23. He had 67 2 years ago.
Yeah, he was on my fantasy team that year.
That's
why I know 2 years ago is when he was a stud. So he was good at stealing bases then. Not so much last year.
He didn't play at all.
Yeah, well, I mean, he couldn't get on base anymore.
He played in 29 games last year because the A's were like
Billy Hamilton. You can't steal first. You can steal 60 bags in the minor leagues, but you get to the big leagues, you got to get to first before you can steal a base, man. So you're not allowed to steal first anymore. They don't.
You may run like Hayes, but
it's like Billy Hamilton, not the Hall of Famer Billy Hamilton, but the different Billy Hamilton. But yeah, man, I'm excited that the Kansas City has faces or potential faces of the league who are never satisfied with how good they are. That both guys in Kansas City are always trying to push the envelope to where's my deficiency, here's where I need to get better, I'm going to attack this in the offseason and get better from that standpoint. And Bobby Witt spent all of the offseason 2 years ago breaking down his defense, starting from scratch, and he was a phenomenal defender. Now I've got to figure out all of these different techniques and different drills and strategies behind why I'm 2 feet shorter in feet gained in the lead when the pitcher's releasing the ball. Why am I not getting there quicker? Let's work with Damon Hollins. Let's put some things together, and let's figure out if I can improve that part of my game, because defense is still – because, by the way, here's the thing. If Bobby Witt's working on base stealing, I'm going to go ahead and guess that he's not then saying, well, I don't need to work on defense anymore. It's just, okay, well, now I got to work that much harder because I got to do the things I'm doing at the plate and do the things I'm doing defensively, and now I got to incorporate these other drills that I need to do to be a better base stealer. I don't think he's looking at it and saying, well, my time is salary capped, so if I'm working hard over here, I got to take something away from there. No, the facility's open. If you need to work, you can work. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. More Zone next. All right, we continue right here on Sports Radio 810 WHB. Jason Anderson with you, Sterling Holmes, Dylan Michaels, Jack Johnson, hanging out. Text says the Royals had 3 of the top base stealers in baseball with Blanco, Witt, and Garcia. They left a lot of runs on the field. I blame that on Quatrero. I mean...
What? What?
The thing is, though, base runners, Bobby Witt was one of the best base runners in all of baseball. But again, as we talked about, he stopped stealing bases.
Yeah.
Like, that's what we may have had a conversation during the playoffs, because anytime he got to first, the play-by-play was Bobby Witt's at first. I mean, it's kind of a double. You don't want to put him at first. Is it going to be a double? It's like, no, it's not. Like he's not stealing anymore, and when he steals, he's getting caught. Like, so he's just staying at first. He offers the threat that when Vinny's up there, once playoff time got there and Vinny was able to go out there and play, Vinny's at the plate, so yeah, there's going to be a bigger hole over there on the right side. But it ain't a double. It's not you put him at first and he's going to be at second. It's not Little League.
And ZOUs. We noticed he stopped stealing pretty early because the little bets that we had him with the over of stolen bases and home runs, whatever it was, and he stopped stealing.
I will say this about the blame for Matt Quatrero. I believe at the high school level and sometimes at the college level, you will have coaches put on, we're stealing the base here. I would say at the big league level, if you are somebody like Bobby Witt Jr. or if you're somebody like Michael Garcia who's stolen a lot of bases, you have the green light. Like when they get to first base, it's not a, hey, we're putting on a running situation. It's when you feel comfortable, when you feel like it's the right count, you are getting a good read of the pitcher, I am going. There was a moment in the ALDS against the Yankees. It was Game 3. The Royals were down by 1. Salvi was at the plate. Bobby Witt was at first. Bobby didn't steal. Salvi singled up the middle. He got a third, and the whole complaint was, well, if he would have stolen second base, he would have scored, which I disagree with because they would have intentionally walked Salvador Perez.
Was at first, yes.
Yes, there was 2 outs. They would have walked Salvi to get to MJ Melendez.
No, everything happens the same way it would have happened, Jack.
Yes, it would have done.
No
the
matter
same
what.
pitches would have been thrown. But for the blame on the manager, with some guys, if you have a rookie that's just been called up, they do not have the green light.
No.
But more often than not, the best base stealers, Dairon Blanco, Michael Garcia, Bobby Witt Jr., who was just brought up by the texter, they all have the green light. When they get to first base, it's if you feel comfortable, even if it's bottom of the 9th, 2 outs, down by 1, if you feel like you've got the pitch to run on, you go. And if you get thrown out, that's baseball 101. But it's not a Bobby gets to first, hey, hold on, you got the red light. There might have been a situation where Salvi's at the plate, hey, red light here, because we do not want to take the bat out of the hands of Salvador Perez.
Yeah, it's almost like you've got to go out of your you don't call for a steal in Major League Baseball when you've got guys like that. You go out of your way to say, hey, we're putting the brakes on you.
Yeah.
That's the only time you actually deal with the guy at first base who's a base stealer is, hey, we're going to put the brake. And that's probably
or a hit and run.
Right. Yes. But that's also in the scouting report beforehand, too.
Yes.
So that's also something you probably talked about. And it's kind of known or understood that, all right, you're at first. Plus, he gets down to first, and Damon Hollins is right there. And you're like, okay, what are we doing? Hey, we ain't going anywhere here. All right, we can do a couple fake steals. We can mess with the pitcher a little bit, but we ain't going right now because we're not going to take the bat out of his hands. They're going to walk him, and we're going to let Salvi do his thing here with you at first. And if he doubles, you're scoring anyway.
We would like to think it's that simple, right? The guy gets on base and they say, hey, because what's the complaint going to be when he gets thrown out? Really? You're going to waste an out right there with Salvi at the plate? So I do understand there's frustration with it, of course. When you have a guy with that type of speed, you go, why is he not stealing second and stealing third every single time? Well, you're held closer. They pay closer attention to it. And oftentimes it does come down to who's hitting behind him. And you do not want to rip it. And the Royals had an issue, we can all remember, with the middle of the order. Once it got past Salvador Perez, you had maybe MJ Melendez there. You had Hunter Renfroe. You had, I believe in that game, actually, it was Yuli Gurriel who was in. So do you want to face Salvi or do you want to face Yuli Gurriel? As good as he had been, that's a 40-year-old guy that wasn't on a big league roster for the entire part of the season. It's an easy choice right there. And maybe the pitcher says, nope, I want to face Salvador Perez here. Even if Bobby steals second, we're going to go after him. He's not going to get a pitch to hit. Salvi's a free swinger. So all of that changes when you are dealing with base stealers. But for Matt Quatrero, no, every time I've talked to him and you've asked him questions, he's got the green light. Gerard Dyson had the green light. Terrence Gore had the green light.
I think Michael Garcia's got the green light.
He absolutely has the green light.
I mean, he's 37 of 39. He should have the green. If you're 37 of 39, then it's about, okay, did he find the sweet spot or is he not aggressive enough? because
he didn't get on base.
Yeah, can he
much
be
more than that?
Can he be 47 of 52? You know, as opposed to 37 or 39, 47 of 52. Hey, that's awesome. Can he be 50 of 57? You know, something like that. Like, okay, if you're only being thrown out twice over the course of a season, you got 37 bags, you're not aggressive enough.
Yep.
You need to be going even more.
You got to go.
You got to go to second. You can't sneak a piece of cheese by a hungry base runner. Like you've got to look at it and say, what's the fine line? All right, if I'm 100%, oh great, he never got caught stealing. Well, he took 2 stolen bases. He was 2 for 2. He didn't get caught. That's fine. Well, he led the league in caught stealing. Yes, Ellie did, with damn near 70 bags along with that. Okay, so where's the fine line of, are you 90%? Are you 85%? Are you 93%? Like, what's the value that you're adding versus the bases that you're actually stealing? And with Michael Garcia, I would say his percentage of stolen bases is too high for the fact that he only took off 39 times out of the entire season. Take off 50 times and see if you get 50 of 55. Hey, 13 more stolen bases and 3 more caught stealings, you know, then you're still well above average with 50 bags and 55 times or 5 times being thrown out.
I believe Garcia and Isbell have a really good chance, too, to steal a lot more bases if they get on for where they should be hitting in the lineup. If you have them 8 and 9, okay, let's say Kyle Isbell's hitting in the 9 hole on opening day. I imagine he will be. Jonathan India is leading off. There's 2 outs, and you're at first base. It's a 1-run game. Try to swipe second. If he's out, well, Jonathan India is leading off the next inning. So sometimes it does come down to where you're hitting in the lineup, who is right behind you. For somebody like Bobby Witt Jr. last year, you had Vinny and Salvi hitting behind you, but those also aren't table setters. They are the guys there to drive in runs, and if they do get on base to lead off the inning, in the following inning, you've got a base clogger at first base.
I think the percentage, I was trying to look it up, there's not a great number, but like what's the value, what's the tipping
point? Where do the
point?
analytics say that this is where you're a good base stealer, this is where you should stop stealing bases or you should steal more?
Yeah, it looks like around 75-ish percentage is about that number. I thought it actually might be higher. I thought maybe 80% would have been the number. Like,
when you get to the expected runs scored if you're at second base.
Yeah, because that's what it was going. So there's not a great
and,
number because like third base is more valuable than, but it doesn't necessarily matter either way. I think about 75 to 80%. Let's say 80% because I think that's about the number it should be.
What about 97%? Should you run more if you're 97% and 39 attempts?
The answer is yes. He had a lot more wiggle room to roll with, but I think if you're even Bobby Witt Jr. this year, I think 80% should be about the so 16 of 20, 32 of 40, right, and then 48 of 60. If Bobby Witt was 48 of 60 this year, would you guys take it?
Well, yeah, it's 12. It's the same amount of caught stealings with 11 more bags. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know what his over-under is. By the way, text came in, so you're telling me I should take the over on Bobby Witt stolen bases? I would.
Yeah.
Well, it depends what the number is.
Well, it's not going to be like 50 or 60 because he had, 30?
I bet it'll be in the high 30s.
I bet it'll be in the high 30s as well, and I think he's going to get over 40 this year. So, yes, I'm taking the over. Another text says, speed helps, but it's all about the jumps. He's not getting them. He's always been the best, but against lesser talent, it's a gift. Yeah, I mean, he's always been, a savant. Like, he's just been gifted, like, Bobby Baseball. But even at the big league level, like, it's not necessarily lesser talent. Like, it's gone backwards. Like, he's progressively gotten worse in the base stealing over the last couple of years, and his jumps are getting worse incrementally from the feet gained on the leads when the pitcher moves to then releases the ball. If that gets to league average, he could be way closer to Michael Garcia in success rate than what he is right now. So I just love the fact that he's addressing it, attacking it, and saying this is a deficiency in my game. Because a healthy, fully healthy... Look, if you've got India in front of you and he's on base, not necessarily a base clogger, but if you're at first and India's at third and Vinny's up, less than 2 outs, do you force the issue and get second and third and a single now scores 2? Do you not force the issue if Vinny's second? Or if there's, you lead off and you're at first base and Vinny's behind you, do you put yourself in scoring position? Or like you say, 2 outs, get there and get in scoring position. But it's a good point about Garcia and Isbell. With Garcia at first base, it's like, well, do I want to run and get out versus and take and add an out and not have anybody on base with Bobby? Or I'm here at first base and Bobby's up. Let's let Bobby do his thing. And I'm not going to be a base clogger. If he gets a triple, I'm scoring, so we're all good. Appreciate it, Jack.
Of course.
Matt Verderam next. You're right here on Sports Radio 810 WHB. Jason Anderson with you, Sterling Holmes, Dylan Michaels. We hang out until 2 o'clock. We'll talk with Mick Schaefer coming up an hour from now. Continue talking some football. Matt Verderam from Sports Illustrated and the Matt Verderam Show, football show on KCSN, joining us here on Sports Radio 810. Matt, welcome into the show. How are you, sir?
I'm good. How are you?
I am fine. How's Indy? How many meals at St. Elmo's have you had yet?
One.
Oh, that's
one
it.
Was,
Come on. Get it together.
Yeah, one is probably that you have to get it done, but now that's handled, now I can just branch out.
Good. You get there, it's like, all right, I got to go once. Let me knock it out so I'm not thinking about it later on in the week. And then it's like, oh, I got to get there. Now I got to, drop something else I'd rather do. Let me get there, get it done, and then get back to doing the things I need to be doing. I get it. No, that's just smart. That's just strategy, Matt. That's great. It's like free agency for you. Get the bigger thing out of the way early. Then you can go and
if you wait, then you run the risk of real problems later on.
That's right. Matt Verderam is our guest. Let's start with this. Anything that you took away or heard from Brett Veach, Andy Reid? We'll get into the one of the things that I liked about your question and average depth of target to Brett Veach. I was really good in him talking about Patrick Mahomes. So we played that, and I want to get your thoughts on that answer there. But anything that you heard from Veach or Reid that may have stood out with some of the bigger questions in this offseason, since it's the first time we've heard from them since the Super Bowl loss?
Well, look, Andy never says anything, so that was no surprise. But Brett's one of the more forthcoming guys in the league. He really is, and I thought he was on Tuesday. He pretty much laid out there. Look, Travis Kelce's coming back, and they're in a pretty good spot with Trey Smith. And so I think he was pretty honest about the fact that we've had good dialogue. They're going to keep talking, but the way he said it, and if people saw the clip, it certainly gave the impression that they feel very good about their chances of bringing him back. The one thing I think that was interesting, and look, this has been echoed by a lot of teams around the combine this week, but Andy and Brett both mentioned that they think this is a very good defensive draft, and that's where the value is. And so that leads me to think that their moves in free agency are going to be offensive-minded. I don't think they're going to go out and spend a lot of money on defense, which it's not stunning in the first place, but they've got some free agents on that side of the ball. Maybe they bring one or two of them back. But I think the general feeling is, look, offense has to be the order of the day in the next month. And then it's, okay, fix the defense or shore up the defense best you can, at the draft.
How aggressive do you think they'll be on the offensive side? We know Brett Veach is typically aggressive when they lose in the playoffs. He's 2 for 2 in being aggressive and revamping whatever might have been the issue as to why they lost. How aggressive do you expect it if the aggressiveness comes from in free agency or trades on the offensive side? Is it aggressive enough that Trey Smith and a left tackle are brought in? Trey Smith and other wide receivers are brought in. What level do you think they would be attacking in their aggressiveness on offense?
I have felt throughout, it's been a couple of weeks since the Super Bowl, I've constantly felt like they're going to sign Smith, because to me it never made any sense to let him walk out the door. I get he's expensive. I get it. But all these people who talk about they got to fix your offensive line, well, then you're not being congruent if you sit there and say, well, they got to fix the offensive line, but I don't want them to pay Trey Smith. Okay, so you want Kingsley Su'Mataia to be guard now, right guard, next to Juwan Taylor, and that's going to make the offensive line better? So to me, that never made any sense. I think they're going to sign a left tackle as well. Cam Robinson, a Lark Jackson, somebody like that. I think Stanley's going to end up back in Baltimore. But if you're Kansas City, I think Cam Robinson's probably the best fit. He's got longer arms than a Lark Jackson. He's a little bit older, but he's still in his 20s. A lot of starting experience. He's been a good player in the league for a long time. He's not great, but he's good. I just think if you're Kansas City and you don't sign a left tackle in Trey Smith, what is the answer? What are you doing going forward? Because if you don't do that, I don't want to hear from people with this idea that, well, they signed DJ Humphries. Okay, great. And what if DJ Humphries pulls a hammy or just isn't the same guy off the torn ACL? Mm-hmm. And then you're sitting there with an offensive line that has Wanya Morris at left tackle, and if you don't bring back Smith, Kingsley Su'Mataia next to Juwan Taylor. That offensive line is significantly worse. I think if you're the Chiefs, your entire offseason hinges on you need to put the best 5 guys in front of Mahomes he's ever had in front of him. Can you do that? Because to this point, what is the best offensive line he's ever had? What is the best unit? I mean, early he had his best tackles, but they weren't great inside. Then they got very good inside, but the tackles have been a revolving door. I mean, I think the best line he's probably ever had was probably the year they beat Philly.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say with Orlando. This offensive line, Wiley was good at right tackle. Orlando Brown was sufficient enough at left tackle, and you had those 3 guys in the interior playing their best football.
That's probably the best line you've ever had. And, so to me, your goal should be to be better than that. You get the same 3 guys who bring back Trey Smith. Jawan Taylor to Andrew Wiley. Look, okay, fine. Whether they're slightly better or a wash or fine. You need to try to be better at left tackle than you were with Brown, who, as much as he was maligned in Kansas City, was a solid left tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Can you get a guy who you look at and go, he's as good as Eric Fisher was? Can you get that guy? Because if you can get that guy, everything else falls into place. They're going to score points. They got a line. They want to bring back Hollywood. That's not going to be a huge cost. I just think if you're Kansas City, to me, I don't care if they bring in a third linebacker or a rotational guy. They've got to fix that line. If they do that, they're probably the best team in football, or at least the best team in the AFC for sure.
I don't mind if they bring back Trey Smith. We'll figure out how it would work. I'm not sure that I would go about investing resources in a guard, but if they do, I mean, to me, I don't know that it can be an either or of do we spend the resources at left tackle or right guard. If that's the case, then give me the left tackle, and I should be able to. If Andy Heck is this great offensive line coach, then I got Caliendo that's been around for a while. Kingsley's a second rounder if he can't play guard. Wanya Morris, can he not play guard? You got Hunter Norzad that at least graded out well in Week 18 as a center, but still as a pass protector in Week 18 against a Denver team that was motivated to go and play in that game to go and win. Can one of those guys fill in at right guard if I've got to spend my resources at left tackle? If I'm going into the season next year with trying to find a replacement left tackle and Trey Smith at right guard, just now more expensive Trey Smith at right guard, I feel like I'm just doing the same thing I did last year, which ended up costing him.
Well, here's my counter to that, though. If you go into the season and your right guard is Kingsley Suamataia, I understand he's a former second-round pick. Some guys just don't pan out. He may end up being good. That's fine. If you go in and you have him next to Jawan Taylor and you're wrong and he can't, and I don't mean you, but like the team.
Yeah, right.
The team's wrong, right? If the team's wrong and he can't do it, your season's over. You have a
well, what if you have a stud? If you solidify left tackle, if it's good left tackle, Tooney, Creed, and then subpar right guard and Jawan Taylor on the right side.
I just think it's a swinging gate. I think teams will just relentlessly attack them on the right side. But I guess my thing is this idea that they don't have cap space is just a total fallacy. They can open up $50 million of cap space in the blink of an eye if they want to do it. They can restructure Mahomes. It's up to $38 million. They can do everything they want to do. And here's the reality. So let's live in a world where they sign Trey Smith to 5 and $100 just to make it easy, and they sign Cam Robinson. Okay. Trey Smith's first-year cap hit next year is going to be $7 million. The way they structure contracts is going to be $7 million. Cam Robinson, let's say they sign him for $3 and $60. Okay, that's going to be a little bit of a bigger cap hit because it's not as big of a span. Let's say it's $12 million. Okay, so that's a medium cap hit. Smith is a smaller cap hit. Humphrey is $10 million this year. That's a mediocre cap hit. And then you're paying a ton of money to Tooney and Taylor, $26.9 each. But here's the rub: you're cutting Taylor after this year, so they're saving $20 million next year. They can go cheaper right tackle. Maybe that's Morris. Maybe it's a rookie. If they don't extend Tooney, which they could do and lower his number by about $15 million, but if they don't do it, then he walks, and now you're just back to, okay, yeah, you're going to pay Humphrey and Robinson and Smith, but the other 2 guys are cheap. And it gives me an extra year to coach up Suamataia and put him in at left guard a year from now. I just think if you're Kansas City, the one, I wouldn't say disadvantage of having Patrick Mahomes, something ain't disadvantages, but like the one truth that is sometimes inconvenient for them, they don't have the ability to just kind of have a year where they figure it out. They got to try to win every year because you can't waste that guy. Like you're almost compelled if you're Brett Veach to just say, look, we're going for it every single season. And I think if you're the Chiefs, if you put an offensive line in front of that guy and your weaponry is Rice, Worthy, Brown, Kelsey, Gray, and a rookie back, that offense is probably going to score 28 points a game. Like, that offense is probably going to be pretty good. You know it's Spagnuolo. They're at least going to be good defensively. That's probably enough. I mean, look at the team the last 2 years. 1 year it won the Super Bowl. The other year it got there. They have you and me at receiver with this team outside of those two rookies. Those 2 years. I mean, they have had nobody. They can't block on the edge. And they've still done all that. Like, I just think if you give that guy a line, you're gonna win 14 games almost by default.
I don't disagree that, you got to take advantage of the years that you have Patrick Mahomes because, for the first time, it's going to be jarring to see a 3 as the first number in his age this year. That's going my stomach's going to my heart is going to drop thinking of that because he's been, he's 25, he's 26, he's only 27.
Yeah.
He's 20.
Yep.
Now there's going to be a 3 there and it's like, "Oh my God, I can there is a light at there at the end. There is an expiration date. Oh, this sucks." So I don't want to go into a season where you're like, we'll figure it out. We're going to really start hitting it hard at age 31, 32. I don't think Brett Veach in the front office will do this. I think some front offices may do this. I don't think this one will. It's not that it's, hey, don't waste age 30. I don't want to be so focused on not wasting age 30 that I find myself in a position to where I'm kind of wasting age 31, 32, and 33 because we're digging out of holes that we put ourselves in because we didn't want to waste age 30.
I think if you're the Chiefs, so let's pull back for a second. I think if you're the Chiefs, every NFL team will tell you the first thing you do is you look at your division and then you go from there. I think we would all agree that unless they have a disastrous offseason, they're going to be the best team in that division again. I mean, look, the Broncos improved, the Chargers are improved, but like the Chiefs won that division by Thanksgiving. Like, even if those other teams somewhat improve, they're better than those teams. They're going to win the division as long as they're healthy. The real question becomes, when you look around the AFC, and of course there's always teams that can pop up, but like if you're just being realistic about it, who are the teams that you got to beat to get to the Super Bowl? Who are the teams you got to beat to get to Santa Clara next year? It's probably Buffalo, like it usually is. It's Baltimore, like it usually is. And who? Maybe Houston kind of fixes some issues, and they're there. Maybe a team like a Cincinnati figures it out and gets right, although we'll see. There's a lot of moving parts with them. But if the Chiefs just have a good offseason, draft a couple more guys who can play, just like they did this year with Hicks and Worthy. It's a couple more guys. They shore up that offensive line. I just think if you're the Chiefs, you're looking going, well, we're better than all those teams. Like, they just beat the Bills, and everyone and their mother going to the playoffs this year sat there and said, look, if the Bills don't do it now, they're never going to do it, which, by the way, has been the running team the last 2 years. And the Chiefs, despite being on the road in the first one, they've beaten them both times. I think if you're Kansas City, I know this, look, they would never say this publicly, and they can't. They're looking at this thing going, look, we got to win, 2 games, 3 games? And I just think if you're trying to get to that Super Bowl and win it, what do you have to get better at? You're adding, Rasheed Rice is almost like adding a free agent. He barely played last year. You need to fix that line. If you fix that line, I don't know if you sat down and put yourself through the torture of watching the Super Bowl film. They had guys open in that game.
Yeah, that was that was frustrating.
Over the place.
Yeah.
But they couldn't block.
Yeah.
And that's against 7 guys dropping every play. Like, the Chiefs were wide open in that game. They could not hold up in protection. Yeah. And I guarantee you that's how Brett Veach and Andy Reid walked away from that film going, oh, my God, if we could have held up for an extra second, we would have lit them up, but they just couldn't do it. I think that's going to be the thing that drives them this offseason.
What's the combination there? Because I agree with that. And watching some of the film, you're like, man, there are guys open.
They were there.
They were there, and it almost felt like Andy Reid continued with the strategy of, okay, we've got these seams and these open guys. If we got a little bit more time, okay, we're going to do this to create a little bit more time, but we're still going to run these routes because there were times when Mahomes is pressured, and then you pause the tape, and he's seeing the names on the jersey. Because nobody's looking at them because they're running the routes that aren't necessarily ready for a hot route or a short intermediate throw because the protection didn't hold up. But I do think there's a combination of when we talk about Mahomes struggling in that game, which I think universally we can all agree it was a non-Mahomes. Yeah, it was maybe one of, if not the worst games he's played. There were times where guys were open and he was looking at the rush and running into pressure. instead of, sitting back and letting those guys come open. But it is a balancing act for him of, I have to have an immense feel that on this particular play, I've got to trust that the pocket is going to hold up so then I can throw that route there that's coming open. And then also, I thought the pocket was going to hold up, and I just took a sack last play. So he's pretty good at the feel and pressures not turning into sacks, but it is asking him a lot on every single play to say, I've got to have the perfect feel of, okay, no, the pocket is breaking down. I don't have time to get that guy. I do have to escape. Oh, crap, if I'd have just taken one step back, it's a touchdown. Right, but he just got hit 3 times before that. So there is that element of, if you protect him from the beginning, now you get locked in, and good luck, and Katie barred the door for some of the defenses.
And you know what? Look, it's cross-sport comparison. I think it's true in this case. When you're getting pressured to the extent that he was getting pressured in that game, it's kind of like being a baseball player and you're facing a guy, you're facing a pitcher who throws upper 90s, but also has like a really good changeup. And you can sit there all day long. If you're a little late on that fastball, I don't care who you are. I don't care how good of a hitter you are. In your head, you're like, I got to speed up a little bit. I got to cheat a little bit. And the second you do that, if he throws you a changeup, it's over. You're done. There's nothing you're doing about it. Like you're waving at it. And I think Mahomes, there was a little bit in that game having, I was there that night. I covered it. Like you could almost see him by the second quarter. That clock in his head was just on fire. They couldn't block. I mean, every time he hit his back foot, he had to run. I think there were a couple times in that game where he actually got, the occasional rare protection, and he took off because it was like, well, there's got to be somebody. I'm not seeing somebody. Somebody's got to be. I mean, I just think if you're the Chiefs, you're Brett Beach, you got to fix that. And then look, I also, you mentioned it at the top, but I asked Brett Beach about, the average depth of target issue, and for people who are unaware, like there were 43 quarterbacks who qualified in terms of their average depth of target. It made enough pass attempts. Mahomes was 41st. The only guys he had a higher average depth of target than were Gardner Minshew and Tua Tagovailoa. That's it. And, when I asked Brett, it was an interesting answer, at least I thought it was, because he basically, without saying it, and kind of said it a little bit, was like, yeah, Matt Nagy and I have these conversations. And, Pat is so cerebral, like he knows what he's supposed to do and where it's supposed to go. I think I don't want to put words in Brett's mouth, but my takeaway from it was, well, we think Pat's overthinking it a little bit.
Yeah.
Like,
you're not putting words in Brett's mouth. He literally said overthinking.
Yeah, I mean, I think, and so it's like, how do you get him to not overthink? Is it just simply, hey, look, we're willing to have you throw 15 picks a year, but we want you to get back to these explosive plays? Is that saying, okay, we've got to protect? Because I thought the back half of the answer, he talked about the fact we've got to protect them.
Yeah.
So, I think if you listen to Brett talk, I think it was kind of one of these things where he's like, well, listen, we've got to protect him. And if we give him the protection, we want him to hang in there and throw the ball down the field. And so, look, the good news for if you're, sitting here listening to this, like, what are they going to do offensively? Rice and Worthy might end up being one of those combinations in the NFL. I mean, Worthy was awesome down the stretch. He was great in the playoffs. Rice looked like he was about to have 1,500 yards last year before he got hurt. They've got guys, but they've got to hold up, and Mahomes does have to get back to a little bit of that devil-may-care. Hey, look, I know I'm not supposed to throw this ball by structure. I don't care. I'm Patrick Mahomes. This thing's going 40 yards down the seam. He's got to do more of that.
Well, and hearing Andy Reid, we played the clip earlier. Andy Reid was on with Pro Football Talk and Mike Florio, Chris Sims, and Florio asked him, hey, there was a play where Mahomes, it was a play action, and he was gearing up to throw it one-on-one to Xavier Worthy, Quinyon Mitchell, and then he just stopped and checked down. And Andy Reid said, no, that's a positive, is because we got him going deep in that game. That last throw to Worthy, he goes, it's a positive because we were able to get him throwing deep in that game, and coming out of that game, these are the things we want to do. And Andy Reid said, I feel like we've worked so much on the short and intermediate route in his career because those were way the defense is playing him, how he needed to do it, because that was what was missing from his game. And he said, and maybe we put too much of an emphasis on that we got to go back to just letting it rip. And I wonder if that last pass, that last touchdown to Xavier Worthy, is stuck in his mind in the offseason of, man, let's just play ball like that. Where'd 2018, where'd 2022 go? Man, let's just let it rip.
It's a funny thing because I was actually down outside the Chiefs locker room at that point. We had gone down from the Superdome's press box. And I was standing with Nate Taylor of The Athletic, and we were sitting there just talking about what a debacle the game was. And we saw that play on the TV they had down there. They kind of showed a replay of it as we were waiting for the Chiefs to come down. And neither one of us at the time thought anything of it. It was like, oh, where's that been all year? You know, kind of like mocking it almost. And then it was like, all right, now we got to do our job for the game. And the more I've thought about that game, the more I think if they go and they win the Super Bowl next year, the America's game that NFL Films does is going to start with that throw.
The turning point was that throw to Xavier Worthy.
It's such a funny thing because, like, it's so inconsequential. Like, they're getting killed in that game. But I think there was a little bit of that, like, they walked out of that being like, that's it. Like, that's what we've got. You know, we finally got going when he just was like, screw it, I'm wailing this thing. And, you know, they've gone out, they've hit on these receivers. Yes, they missed on Sky Moore. But they nailed the Rasheed Rice pick. I think everybody would agree at this point the Xavier Worthy pick looks like a win. It looks like a good pick. And I do think Hollywood Brown, there's a reason they want Hollywood back. Because he can run. He can get down the field. They want more explosion. I think if you're the Chiefs, that is the way you need to play. You have Mahomes. You can't drive a Ferrari like it's an Oldsmobile. Like, you've got to let it run. And I think there is a little bit of that with them where by the end of that game, as bad as it was, I do think they're going to go into OTAs and camp and go, Patrick, this is how we got to play. And to be fair to him, part of it's been like they couldn't block on the edges for 2 years. It's been inconsistent.
Mm-hmm.
Their receivers have been hurt or just non-existent at times. They got to fix that, and then they got to get back to playing offense the way they can play offense.
A couple quick ones for you. The tush push is being talked about. It was proposed to ban it. What are you hearing around there? Is there much momentum for that, or is this thing going to get pushed? Going to get turned down?
I don't think.
Is it going to get pushed down? Sorry.
Yeah,
that was dumb. My bad.
I don't think it's going to happen. I think, look, there's going to be a little support for it. You know, Raheem Morris was talking about the fact he's going to vote against it. I just think
vote against the proposal to ban it, or vote against keeping the. Sorry,
he's against the tush push. That he's going to vote to ban it.
Okay,
but I think in the end, like, there's not going to be enough because I believe, could be right. I have to double check. I think they get 3/4 of the vote. They're not going to get that. They're not going to get there. And frankly, you know what? To be fair to the Eagles, in my opinion, they should be able to do it. I don't love watching the play. We saw the Bills in the AFC Championship game. They couldn't get a foot. Mm-hmm. They did it 3 different times. They couldn't go anywhere. The Eagles, to their credit, perfected it, and good on them.
Yep, I'm with you. And if they're going to ban the tush push, then if a running back is running down the field and gets stopped by a couple linebackers and a safety, then the offensive lineman can't come up and push them for 3 or 4 more yards. No, we got to eliminate all of that there. Matt Verderam, Sports Illustrated, joining us. Matt, great stuff as always, man. Very much appreciate the time. Enjoy Indy and all the coverage and access and things like that there. We appreciate it as always, brother. We'll be watching and listening and following the coverage there with you as well, man. Appreciate it, bud.
Hey, you got it. Take care.
Absolutely. There's Matt Verderam there in Indy and covering the NFL Combine. Workouts get underway tomorrow. Friday and on into Saturday. Friday and Saturday when it's you got cornerbacks and you got. I should have asked him if he was hearing.
I'm a Sunday man myself.
Why don't you? Can you text Matt Verderam and say Jason meant to ask if what you're hearing around there, if Travis Hunter is looked at more of a wide receiver or cornerback as you're starting to get a feel.
You could call him back.
Well, no, I don't want to bother him. It's just a simple text. I want to call him back just like, hey, wide receiver or cornerback?
I call him anytime I have any question about anything.
Really? You're like, hey, where should we eat tonight?
Yeah, hey, Verderam.
Where should we go to eat?
He goes, what's up?
Yeah, no problem. I was going to ask Matt. Meant to ask him if he's getting a feel there because it's like back and forth. Again, we told you that the number 1 pick in the draft, the Titans, say that they view him as more of a cornerback. The number 2 pick in the draft, the Cleveland Browns, view him more as a wide receiver. And it's like, okay, so is he going to be more of a wide receiver? Is he going to be more of a cornerback? Do teams have him as the number 1 wide receiver in the draft? Do teams have him as the number 1 cornerback in the draft? Like, he's such an interesting prospect. He's going to work out both Friday and Saturday with the cornerbacks and also the wide receivers.
Or do people say?
Go ahead.
I was going to say, or do people have him as the 5th best wide receiver or 5th best corner, which leaves him in almost purgatory of no man's land,
right.
where it's like, yeah, it's cool he can play both, but is he elite at either one?
Per my sources.
Okay.
You know, I have league sources out there, Nindy, right now. Yeah, yes, exactly.
That murder him.
He actually says, I think most see him as a cornerback, but opinions vary.
Yeah.
But I think that most people, because someone was saying it's a lot harder to find a lockdown cornerback in today's NFL with how many receivers come out of the draft than a bona fide star receiver when you have like a Travis Hunter type. Like if you're picking one or the other and he's equal at both, most of them have said, I'd rather have the lockdown corner.
Well, is he going to play 55, 60 snaps, both offense and defense? Like, is he going to play 120, 130 snaps in the NFL?
I see him as Deion with the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Like remember Deion with the Cowboys? He played all defense, and then they had some packages for him on offense and special teams.
And that's what I was saying the other day, whether it was Monday or yesterday, in that if I'm looking at Travis Hunter and I'm drafting him to play cornerback, and I'm incorporating offensive packages for him. Now, when he's out there on the field, I don't have to throw him the ball, but he's going to be a part of certain game plan packages. How many guys on defense do you know outside of, we're going nickelback, or it's like, okay, well, now we're going to put this cornerback. We got these specialty packages for defense. Because the offense is more times than not dictating what the defense is in. And therefore, if you're going up against a team that's going to run the ball more, play more 12 personnel, well, now Travis Hunter is a guy that's your wide receiver, but a package cornerback. Well, now he's not out there because they're going heavy, and he's not a guy that's going to be there to help out with the run game. You're going to go probably another safety in the box or keep that linebacker there, and now you've got a wide receiver. Versus
from hunter to hunted.
Yeah, that's right. Versus on offense, you get to dictate that. We'll put Travis Hunter in the game. All right, we're going to get 20 plays. We're going to get 20 reps from Travis Hunter on offense, and he's going to play 100% on defense. So 68 snaps on defense, and he's playing 88, 90 snaps a game. And we're getting 60, 70 from defense, and we're getting around 20 on offense, as opposed to the exact opposite.
And I'm watching those snaps that you're talking about where I have to take them off the field on defense, and I'm adding like those two. Okay, now I got an offensive play. I got a snap on offense for him because I took him out on defense.
Mm-hmm. What's funny, though, is everybody was like talking about, Xavier Worthy is a wide receiver. He's not going to hold up in the NFL. He's so small and skinny, and he's not going to hold up. But we're talking about Travis Hunter playing 120 snaps a game. I mean, he ain't Nick Bolton running around there. You know what I mean? He ain't exactly Thicky Waters. He ain't Thicky Henderson out there running around. Okay, he's a slight of build as well, and we want to have that guy playing 110, 120 snaps a game in the NFL. Like, no,
I want to cross the middle. I mean, it's not the same as it used to be, but you're still getting hit.
Yeah, like the wide receivers that can go and do the things that he can do are rare because of his ball skills in the air, body control. His ability to contort in different ways and come down with the football is elite, and it's rare. But it's also rare to find a shutdown corner. And I'm not saying he's going to be that, because if he was a shutdown corner, I think he would be the number one pick in the draft. If he was an absolute shutdown corner and you can get 25 to 20, 25 reps as maybe the number one wide receiver in the NFL. He's the number one pick. But it's like, is he the number 4 corner and number 2 wide receiver, like you were talking about?
Yeah.
Is he the number 1 wide receiver? Some have him as a number 1 wide receiver, but would he have been the number 1 wide receiver last year or the year before? He might be the number 1 wide receiver because the number 1 wide receiver might be Tet or Egbuka on different teams' boards.
The dude from Georgia, Smith.
Oh, yeah, Ryan Smith in 2 years from now?
Yeah, a couple of years from now.
Since he's a freshman, in 2 years from now might be, if he played cornerback. But, yeah, he's not a shut-down corner where it's like Pat Surtain, put him out there, you're good.
Yeah.
You're good. He's over there. But is he good enough to be he's one of the top 15 cornerbacks in the league? And he's really, really good as a wide receiver that's going to give you 20 to 25 reps on offense. That's what makes him different as a playmaker, as a player. Nobody's going to bring him in and only have him play one side of the ball. It's not Jack Caglione. You're not bringing him in to go, oh, no, you're Jack Toney. We're going to let you pitch too. Oh, about that, by the way, here's your first baseman's mitt. You can lose any other glove. You don't need to keep it. You don't need to carry in. I know you carry, from high school and college, you got like 7 different gloves there. You need a first baseman's mitt and a backup first baseman's mitt. You're good. That outfield glove,
we'll consider it. Well, no, consider keeping that just in case.
That outfield glove.
Pitcher one, though.
That pitcher
Vito.
glove. Do you have a little brother? You can gift that. That can be a hand-me-down. You can donate that. Gloves for kids, okay? You can go and do that. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. More Zone next. All right, we continue right here on Sports Radio 810 WHB. Jason Anderson with you, Sterling Holmes, Dylan Michaels. Did you see the NFLPA survey is out?
I did.
Did you get to peruse it while I was talking to Matt Verderam?
I had a
Were
nice.
you busy doing many other things?
Well, I was doing multiple things.
Oh, okay.
I did peruse it, but one of the things I was doing was, for those that don't know, for the kids.
See, I said Jack Caglione can give his gloves away to the Gloves for Kids.
Ah.
But this would be FORE the kids.
You could FORE the kids.
Yeah,
and
That's right.
And
Don't just FORE the shank, the slice, the hook. If there's
Derek
kids,
Carr was
if there's kids
shanking
down there,
that bad boy in our
if there's
tent
kids
last
down
year.
there, then don't do that. You know what I mean? But anyway, for the kids, what's going on with that?
And lifting spirits, it's a really cool thing that they're doing. This is their third year with Lifting Spirits, and it's a great raffle they have. $10 raffle tickets. $10, and you have a chance. It's not like a lot of raffles for bourbon where it's $10 and then you have the opportunity to buy said bourbon. No, it's $10 and you get said bourbon. 40 names will be drawn. You do not have to go to the event on Thursday night to win. They'll also have, they'll find you. If you sign up and do a raffle ticket and you win, they'll find you. You will get that bottle of bourbon. But they'll also have it live on Facebook and I believe on YouTube as well. But it's all going to a great cause, Children's Mercy, and just really, really cool event. And it's not just hard to find bourbons, but just everything about it is phenomenal. They have Pappy. They have Jack Daniel's Single Barrel Coy Hill. They have Russell's Reserve 15-year, which is just a phenomenal bourbon. Wild Turkey Masters Keep Triumph, which is one that Kevin Timmons actually brought in here. Willet 10-year, the Purple Top. Very, very hard to find. It's just a phenomenal array. 40 different bourbons that even if you're in the know, even if you have a guy, odds are your guy doesn't have what they have here.
You got a guy. I got a guy, you know?
So, again, for $10, you could have a chance to win one of these phenomenal bourbons. So make sure you go to forthekids.org. It'll be right there, but it's Lifting Spirits, $10 raffle tickets on sale now. Talking with John McDonald. That'll play tomorrow in the 6 o'clock hour. As this is going on, just John McDonald as he goes through the list of phenomenal bourbons. Again, you'll be able to do some stuff with the raffle and put your name in up until I believe 7:30 tomorrow. So make sure you go to forthekids.org. Again, really, really cool. Kevin Timmons, obviously, with Nick and Jake's.
Yep.
Big part of this. And
huge Kevin Timmons.
And if you remember Slacker at all, anyone had a chance to talk with Slacker, 101, KY, all that stuff, just a phenomenal guy. He's been a big part of this, and he has his name, actually, on one of the bourbons in here, which is pretty darn cool. I believe it's one of the Willets. Was actually one of the barrels he picked out a long time ago, and that's going to be one of the bottles that's given away as well. So really, really cool thing.
913-912-4810. Let's go through the NFLPA survey that just came out today during the show. 2024, Dylan.
Oh, I was just going to say, you always want to improve upon yourself every year. So
They definitely
did.
I mean, they improved across the board in every single thing except for weight room. They remained a C+, so it didn't go down, but they went from 23rd in the NFL to 30th ranked in the NFL with a C+. Everything else they either stayed the same or improved upon. Treatment of families. Last year was a D+, this year was an F-, or excuse me, B-. Jeez Louise. D+ to B-. They went from 18th to 15th. Food. Last year was a C-, this year a B. Went from 26th to 16. Nutrition and dietitian. Last year was an F, ranked 31st. This year, A-, ranked 5th. Locker room. Last year was an F, ranked 28th. This year, D-, ranked 28th. Training, and we've talked about the locker room before, and we can get into that if we want to. Training room. Last year was a D, 31st. This year, C-, 29th. So they improved a couple of spots. But again, that's something that I definitely want to talk about and get into. Training staff. Last year, an F, ranked 32nd. So the Nutrition, locker room, training staff, and training room was FFDF last year. 31, 28, 31, 32. Training staff is a C this year at 28. So that's now 5, 28, 29, 28. It's a slight improvement, massive improvement on nutrition and dietitian. Not sure what took place there, but clearly addressing something. Weight room. Last year was a C+, ranked 23rd. This year a C+, ranked 30th. It's the only one they've gone down on. It's the only time that they went backwards on some of the improvement. Strength coaches. Last year, a C+, ranked 27th. This year, a B, ranked 24th. Team travel. Last year was a D, ranked 27th. This year, a B, ranked 21st. Head coach. Sorry, there's two that they went backwards. Head coach. Last year, A+ was number 1. This year, A+ was number 4. So Andy Reid has lost it, is really what we're hearing, right? But by the way, though, on the head coach, the reason he ended up 4th instead of 1st is for whatever reason this year, 93% of the Chiefs players surveyed feel their head coach, Andy Reid, is efficient with their time.
What?
Ranked 17th out of 32 teams. Isn't that one of the things like he's sort of known for? Is get in there, get the work done, and then get out. Meetings, right to the point. Here's what we're doing. No jacking around. Let's go. Training camp, reps. Get as much as we can in the time. Now get out of here. That's odd. The players feel that Reid is highly receptive to locker room feedback on the team's needs, ranking him 13th of 32 head coaches in the league. Ownership last year was a big conversation. Last year, Clark Hunt ownership ranked F- and number 32. This year moves up to C-, 26th out of 32 teams. They write here at the NFLPA about the Chiefs. Owner Clark Hunt's average rating for perceived willingness to invest in the facilities is 6.61 out of 10 from Chiefs players, a ranking of 26 out of 32 owners in the league. The players feel that Hunt moderately contributes to a positive team culture, a rank of 20 out of 32. The players feel that Hunt is committed to building a competitive team, a rank of 17 of the 32 NFL owners. That's interesting because, I think it'd be a different question of Brett Veach. Do you think he's committed to building a competitive team? I think every single player would say, yeah. Clark Hunt, though, is are you willing to have more money up front, make it easier on cap things here? Can you alleviate the $19 million cap hit for Travis Kelce by writing a fatter check up front and doing some things cap hit-wise in different ways that would require Clark Hunt to then open the checkbook for more money up front? He ain't the Bengals. He's also not
the Eagles.
The
Vikings.
Right.
Yeah.
Vikings teams that we've seen that are willing to pay up front and help out with cap hits.
Well, I mean,
places.
look, he spent money on them, and look what happened. They lose. They don't win. They don't finish the job.
Things went better this year on that stuff. They went
waking
worse
up in
this
satin
year.
sheets, as Rocky said.
Yeah, I mean, how about Rocky gets ready for Clubber Lang, and he's out there doing charity events, and he's training in a ballroom. Clubber Lang is training like Rocky was training when he was getting ready for Apollo Creed and in Rocky 1, and Clubber Lang's down in a gym by himself, old dusty mats and everything, and Rocky's in a ballroom with all of the media there to watch him. What a freaking joke. Surprised he lost.
Make the facility worse. Make the facilities worse.
That is it's an interesting part. Matt Derrick brings this up in the ownership thing. He says one valid criticism of the NFLPA survey in regards to the ownership grade is that it's only based on one question: perceived willingness to invest in facilities. That's the only question they're asked about with ownership. The NFLPA also cites culture and building a competitive team issues, but it's not clear how that is calculated. But the question is, investing in facilities is the part that they ask about Clark Hunt and where they rank him.
The Chiefs are in a unique spot here. Now, let's be real. The previous iteration when he said, well, we're winning too much, we're going too far to adjust the law. I mean, that was a cop-out answer. But I do think the Chiefs are unique in the fact of how much they want to invest in all this stuff, especially the practice facilities, more or less. I think the main talking point, not the locker room at Arrowhead. It's the practice facilities. It's how much do you want to invest if you're going to move? How much are you going to invest if you have no idea what the long-term plan is? Fair or not, I at least can. I think you can have some sort of understanding of, well, I'm not going to sink in millions and millions of dollars if that can be used building a new facility overall versus renovating. Again, I think I'm not trying to just sit here and say, they should never make this better. But I can at least find some sort of a small sliver of understanding in that regard. Don't know your thoughts there, but I at least think that that's a possibility of the reason why it's not improved a lot.
They have used the excuse that they're playing late into the season, so therefore the upgrades and everything. What they run into is that they did this massive upgrade to the Arrowhead locker room.
Yes.
Which is, okay, cool. But how much time do they spend in the Arrowhead locker room versus the practice facility?
Well, that was my point.
Locker room.
It's 8 games.
If that was your point, I apologize.
No,
if I
but
missed
like
that.
8 or 8.
I was trying to look up. There was one thing that I want to talk about nutrition here in a second, so I was looking that up. So I apologize.
No.
That.
But my point kind of is there 8 or 9 games a year is great, but when you're constantly at the practice facility, that's where you spend most of your time. And by the way, I do think some of these guys have been a little spoiled because of college.
I was going to make that point too.
Yeah, most college facilities.
You come from the SEC to the Chiefs and you go, yeah, give me that survey. This sucks.
Yeah.
I don't know what another locker room looks like, but this sucks.
You get to be here. A massive difference in the NFL versus college versus we want you to be here versus you get to be
They're
here.
not recruiting an arms race to try to get you to commit to that spot.
So if you're from a big school, you're from the SEC, you're even at a lot of these Big 12 schools and stuff like that, you're going to be disappointed by the facilities. If you're from Missouri S&T, like Tershawn Wharton is, right?
Yeah.
You're probably like, this is pretty nice. So I do think there's a little bit of a again, I'm not trying to gloss over this, but I at least want to try and find at least try and lay a groundwork of the potential understanding of why some of these rankings can be the way that they are.
So looking at a couple of things from last year, that one of my biggest beefs from last year for the Chiefs was the areas that it felt like they could make improvements on. They, went kind of cheap. Like if it was like, okay, it's an ownership. What I wanted to see happen was in the weight room, the training staff, training room, and the dietitian and nutrition, because they ranked F in the nutrition and dietitian. We could talk about the food in the cafeteria, whatever. They went from a C- to a B. Okay, fine. It's not the Bengals that players report that it's worse than prison food. How many players know what the prison food tastes like? I don't know, but they report that it's worse than prison food. And they don't. And they also don't have 3 meals a day. There's some of those things. It's like that some complaints that are there. Chiefs went from 26th in the league to 16th. Okay, that's fine. The food. My issue last year was you got an F and you're 31st in nutrition and dietitian. These players' body, that's their job.
That's your investment.
Yes, that's their tool, their body. How are you not spending money to do that? And last year there were 2 teams that received an A. The highest grade was an A. There were 2 teams that received an A in nutrition and dietitian. The Miami Dolphins and the Minnesota Vikings. This year, Miami ranks an A+.
Wow.
Minnesota dropped to a B+.
Still good.
But the Chiefs move up to an A- and number 5 in nutrition and dietitian. And to me, that's significant because this is where the feedback can make a difference, because here's what they write about nutrition and dietitian. 92% of players report that they get an individualized nutrition plan, ranking the Chiefs 8 out of 32 teams. So players feel their team dietitian is very accessible, ranking 11 out of 32. This offseason, the Chiefs hired a new full-time dietitian, which has led to significant improvements. I mean, that's what I talked about last year. Is like, why don't you look at what Miami and Minnesota, why are they getting an A? Nutrition and dietitian, what they're eating, what you're putting into your body, how often you're doing that, the workouts that go, like, how do you not have somebody that is full-time, that there's go hire the Miami person. Go pay way more. With Minnesota, here's what you're making. We'll double it because we're going to make sure our guys, that's where the ownership money, they don't have a salary cap for paying a nutritionist and a dietitian. That's there. But they did that this offseason, and that was a significant improvement. Now they lost the Super Bowl, so clearly they got fat and happy. Maybe not literally fat and happy, but boy, they were sleeping on silk sheets, whatever the line is there.
I just know it seems silly. Like, I know it really does to probably the average person who goes, well, they're athletes, they have all this money, why can't they do it themselves? Yeah, you're probably right, they probably should. But if you want to have a game plan and you want to know what these guys are eating, what they're doing, obviously I think it's really important as far as making sure they're taking the correct supplements as well, making sure it's not against code in the NFL as well. Also a big deal. Again, I know it seems silly to an average person. Sometimes even to myself it seems silly. Like, they should take care of their bodies, but this is something that clearly to have a game plan to help with their training, with the energy, just everything. This is extremely important. I remember working with the Sixers. When I worked with the Sixers, this was starting to become a focal point. It went from guys are kind of on their own to all of a sudden they now had like a dietitian and they had a chef, like all this stuff.
Yeah.
This has become more of a new age situation, and you're helping yourself by investing in your players' bodies.
So the difference is last year to this year, 37% felt like they had an individual nutrition plan. This year's 92%. Last year, the biggest complaint was the nutritionist dietitian was rarely in the office. Now they have a full-time one.
Yeah.
Now that's their entire job, is to be there as a full-time nutritionist and dietitian for the Chiefs. That's spending a little more money. NFLPA, getting the feedback there. And I don't know how much that makes them better. But, I mean, that's where, you increase the value of what you're offering the players, but also what you're offering your team in making sure those players stay healthy. Because what you're ingesting in your body can also lead to poor performance or being sluggish.
Would Frank Clark be healthier now? With the stomach issues.
Yeah, the issues that were going along with that. They still have to improve the training room and the training staff. It was 31. Training room last year was 31. This year it's 29. It was 32 last year. This year it's 28.
Progress.
I mean, it's incremental improvements, but that might just be one particular person that was surveyed this year that wasn't surveyed last year that was like, no, actually, I kind of like it. I had a pretty good experience. That you move up a little bit like that. No, I want to see where you can make changes that can be sometimes writing a check or oversight in why are we failing here. I want to see the improvements from that standpoint. We'll take a timeout. More so next. Here's an odd sort of, seems like it's opposite responses in the NFLPA on team travel. Chiefs got a B in team travel, but ranked 21st. 86% of the players report having a comfortable amount of personal space on team flights. The players feel that their team travel schedule is somewhat efficient, ranking of 8 of 32 teams. But they get a B, but here's this. Players say their home game hotel is below standard. They report that it's outdated, the beds are uncomfortable, and many players keep their shoes on in their rooms because the floors, especially the bathroom, are dirty and sticky. Leftover trash from previous occupants, also a common issue. The Chiefs' home game hotel scored the lowest grade across the NFL. Well, that's just ridiculous. Like, choose a different hotel or, pay attention to what your players are saying. Mick Schaefer hanging out with us here in the 1 o'clock hour. Mick, what was the KSHB employee survey? What came out with that? Did you get an A? Was it sports director get an A?
We have a brand new company kitchen. You know, the grab-and-go places?
That's right.
Brand new.
That's
Serving,
right. It's a bistro.
It's a bistro. It serves longboards now. It serves Shemaikas.
Longboards like
I don't know.
Sausage?
Uh-huh. I don't know if I'm ever going to have another meal outside of there.
Has anybody, since Steven has been doing those
A+
reads,
for the company kitchen.
has anybody said Shemaica's Italian sausage without saying Shemaica's Italian sausage?
It's impossible.
I don't know that since Steven started doing those reads, I've ever said, even if I'm like talking to like the family, it's like, well, I'm going to stop by and get some Shemaica sausage. Like, good God, man, we're in church.
I think it's like
He knows. He knows.
The
He'll forgive
chef
me.
in Seinfeld. You just have to leave the store. If you don't follow the rules, you're out.
That's right. No soup for you.
Can I get
no
some
sausage for you.
Skemeka sausage?
Skemeka-
What?
He was.
Shuh?
I think he was
okay.
being
Okay,
dumb.
good job.
Well, he's
doing a
banned
job.
for life, though. Shoot. I hope it was funny.
Yes.
I make a bit, and it's not
think
even
he was-
good. It was,
he was
it
doing
a
it on
good
purpose.
Bit. Mick didn't get it.
I didn't. No, sorry.
Mick just thinks I'm that dumb.
You need
which
to
is
like let me
fair.
know, like tug on your ear the next time you're going to make a joke, or like
Sounds
wink
like
at me. Oh, don't wink at me. You do that enough.
it's a movie. Sounds
movie.
like.
Yes.
Do you have your Rotten Tomatoes pulled up today?
Hug and tug on your ear, and tell me.
KSH Bistro though.
We have the
Bistro.
KSH Bistro.
So you're
KSH.
I would say
Bistro.
negative. We wouldn't get great on the. It's a small parking lot. Sometimes you can't find some spots.
There's always spots open for Sunday sound off.
There are
It's
on
plenty
the
of spaces
weekends.
there.
Yes.
Just pull right in. It's easy. I don't know what you're doing. I would give it an A.
Thank you.
I think they have ample parking
It's
there.
all.
It's all in the eye of the beholder. Like,
It is. Yeah.
KSHB, best parking you can, right next to the door. I pull right up. It's great.
Josh Williams from Fayetteville State, I'm sure, was like, "A+ on all this stuff, guys."
This is amazing. You know, so this
I said
food
Turk
that's-
Wharton from,
Yeah.
from
And
Missouri
then
S&T.
all the LSU guys are like, "Wait, what happened? Did we get demoted? Is this D2?"
Xavier Worthy's like, this is the space
Yes.
for my
Wait,
locker.
what?
I can't really even. Where's my PlayStation going to go? Like, how am I going to?
Where's my TV?
Where's my suitcase gonna go? Like, I don't understand this. Is there
Team
a mistake?
nutritionist. We need a personal nutritionist, right?
Yeah.
Texas had one for every guy.
That's true.
Even the walk-ons.
Yeah, and then like, no, Xavier, no. We didn't even have that last year.
Yeah.
Okay. We got that this year. That's a damn A. All right. You're going to get your own dietitian plan.
Where
okay.
do we think the cutoff is of the guys? We should go to the colleges and where's the average? Where that's the average one? Like we think Missouri S&T,
Power
Fayetteville
5,
State.
Group of 5.
Dude,
90% of Power 5 to then Group of 5.
my son's going to Northwest Missouri State, and their locker rooms blow the Chiefs' facilities out of the water.
That's a good
The
point.
locker room.
That's a good point. If you're talking about just the locker rooms.
Just the locker room.
Yeah. But if it's like training staff, facility, weight room, locker room.
Okay, here's a good one. Do we
meals.
think Rutgers for like Isaiah Pacheco,
I bet Rutgers has some money.
You think
yeah,
better-
They're in the
Better
Big
than
Ten.
the Chiefs?
They're in the
Absolutely.
Big Ten. Yeah.
Toledo,
100%.
Kareem Hunt, Toledo.
100%.
Okay,
Action.
Carson Wentz, North Dakota State.
Oh.
Yeah,
off
oh,
the
yeah, dude,
charts.
yes.
Okay.
They won national titles.
Chris Oladokin, South Dakota State, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
They won two national titles.
It's right next to North.
Jason Brownlee.
I've been to South
Southern
Dakota
Miss.
State. Their stadium is amazing. The indoor facility is awesome. Like, it looks like major D1 stuff there. We went to camp this
Now
year.
we're Adam Vinatieri.
Here we
went.
go.
South Dakota State.
CJ Hansen, Holy Cross.
Now, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's where you're starting to get
Because
into
that's
the-
Northeast, and
Yeah.
it's small FCS.
Like even
That's
Harvard.
like you're paying most your own way FCS.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Western Michigan with Mike Caliendo.
absolutely.
No,
Mac,
absolutely. No, that's
baby.
Michigan. Yeah, that's Maction.
Oh, we're saying better than the Chiefs locker room?
Yeah.
100% all these.
yeah,
all
just
these.
just locker room. Yes, I'm with you.
Besides
And
Holy
there's a
Cross.
reason for, I mean, there's the whole recruiting problem. They use that as a recruiting tool, and the Chiefs don't really
They don't
seem
need
to
to
need
recruit.
it.
Mike Pinella Jr., Colorado State, Pueblo.
Colorado State Pueblo. Okay.
I
Yeah,
think we might.
or Pueblo. That's a good D2 program. I bet it's better. We can look up. We probably look all these up.
I like this game, by the way. I'm trying to find where is the line.
There's
I'll
no,
give
like,
the Chiefs
there's no
the
like
edge.
NAIA guys.
I'll give
are
the
there.
Chiefs over Colorado State Pueblo. I'm gonna.
I don't think so. That's if like other D2 programs.
Yeah, if it's a
have
D2
better,
program, no D2.
Southern Miss.
Colorado State's actually a really nice campus.
No, he said,
Colorado State
Pueblo.
Pueblo.
Yeah,
Pueblo.
that's what I'm talking about. There's two of them. The Pueblo one is actually really
It's
nice.
actually
I can
nice.
see
Oh,
that,
Yeah, so
shoot.
shut up, Sterling. Dylan knows what he's talking
I'm
about.
the
That guy
dumbass.
pitched in college.
Marshall.
What'd you do in college?
We did play
drank
them,
beers.
Pitchers. He drank pitchers.
I drank pitchers.
Dylan was a pitcher in college, and you drank pitchers in college, so you
I
guys
did
both did the
both.
same thing.
We're not too different, you and I.
Except you were ambidextrous as a pitcher, Sterling.
Okay.
You drink out of the pitchers with both hands.
Left and right, yeah.
Yeah, I'd give my right arm to be ambidextrous. God.
Stephen F. Austin, B.J. Thompson. I know
Yeah,
he's
that's
Texas
FCS.
school.
That's FCS, right?
That's FCS, yeah. Chiefs get a nod.
Look
They
up,
probably
like,
have nicer chairs.
Just Google search.
Valdosta State, Jody Fortson.
No, that's good
That's
D2,
good
man.
D2.
Good D2.
Look up
D2
Valdosta
history.
State or Colorado State Pueblo locker room. I guarantee you,
Valdosta's won
they've
national
all
titles.
had new locker rooms in the last few years.
Valdosta State University
But
football.
most of them
reason
have like
why-
your picture in there, your hometown.
Yep.
They'll have the little
Oh, man,
humidors
no,
or whatever, the
dude.
venting little system where you can put your helmet and shoulder pads. Let's see it.
Did they get a
Okay,
bad grade?
come on
Did
now.
they get a bad grade?
I don't know if they get a grade at all for Valdosta State. I mean,
Valdosta.
that is just a high school
Which
locker.
one are we looking at?
Look,
left
left?
there.
yeah, look at the left. That's just someone. That's a piece of plywood.
Click on that.
That's
Is that
plywood.
the
That
visitor
kinda looks
locker
like
room?
the
Is that
Chiefs.
theirs? Is that the visitor? Well, it's the Chiefs during training camp when they come back to Arrowhead or Kansas City when they break camp from St. Joe.
Dude, what's better, their
Oh,
training camp locker room
ooh.
or their? Because that's Mo West.
Great question.
That's their money they put into Mo
Well,
West.
the money in the locker room is at Arrowhead.
Shoot, that
They
also
they renovated their whole
That- that's-
but
yeah,
it's
that's
not like it's
still-
amazing, but
no,
they,
it's not.
that's where they spent the money renovating
Yeah,
was at Arrowhead.
I'm giving the Chiefs the nod over Valdosta State.
Are you? Okay.
And their training room looks like
I just assumed since they've
someone's,
won national
someone's
titles
basement.
well, again, we're not talking about training. The training room and all of that stuff. Yeah, then you're talking about 90% of
Southern Miss
group of five. When it's
Southern Miss
weight
football locker room.
Oh, Southern Miss gotta be good.
Southern Miss looks electric. Yeah,
Oh,
that,
yeah,
that
Brett,
thing
are you
is-
kidding me? Brett Favre takes from the state to give to Southern Miss. So I
Yeah,
mean,
that one's-
there's little kids don't have food, but they have a nice locker room.
Food stamps paid for
yeah,
those.
allegedly. So yeah, that's going to be a fantastic, especially the volleyball one. Volleyball locker room is probably better than the Chiefs as well, allegedly.
Nice, good for Southern Miss.
Well, allegedly.
Well, no, I mean it's the kid's fault,
Yeah, I mean,
right? I mean, I'm not
which
going to
kid you
blame.
talking about?
We've all benefited from blood diamonds. Let's be honest, right? You know?
Allegedly.
Let me see.
What
Let's
about
go.
Sterling Holmes?
What about me?
I'm just saying if Brett wants to sue, it's Sterling
No,
Holmes.
no, whoa, not me.
I didn't hear you say allegedly one time. I
Oh,
said it.
I didn't say anything bad about him.
Well, they can get it confused. Do we know that do we have a voice specialist to know that was actually me that was saying it or you?
I'm gonna say
Nobody knows.
allegedly, too.
Do you know how many times that you say something and I get an
Allegedly.
email about what I said?
How many?
I mean, I got an email when I was on vacation about what happened in the show that day. Like I wasn't even
Okay.
in.
In fairness, we
day.
did have the tape measure out, and
course, the
things
sh-
went sideways.
Of course, the email was
What went sideways?
the email was like, "Man, this show was awesome. Thank you for being on vacation." But I still got the
Yes,
email
you
when
did,
I was on
yes.
vacation. It was
I'm
weird.
I'm taking Chiefs over Holy Cross.
Are you okay?
Sacrilege.
I mean, Mick knows this. The part of the recruiting is like every website, regardless of division or level, you can click facilities, and they have like a slideshow picture presentation to
Yeah, when
try
you're in
and
the-
entice
the
recruit.
arms
Western,
race.
Western Michigan might have it. Western Michigan might be
That's
better.
why we can find
Oh,
all
I
these
bet.
pictures.
That's what we said, Maction, man.
Well, and they take all the pictures. They get realtors to take the pictures because
Yes.
realtors can make every house look like a castle.
There's so much natural
You're a
light in their
realtor.
locker room. Their
Yes.
locker room has so much
Yes.
natural light. It's just
Professional
welcoming.
photos really make a difference.
This room looks like it's
welcoming.
30 by 45 feet. What is it? It's actually 5 by 6.
Yeah.
It's a tiny little closet. But we got the wide angle lens.
I think what we're going to do is we're going to paint over the black, and we're going to make this entire room white.
Yes.
Okay. And now it looks so big. I mean, oh my goodness, it's there's so much space for so much room for activities.
Some call it an oasis.
Or an abyss.
Chiefs have an abyss.
You know, there's a lot of abysses out there. You know, there's an oasis. There's an entire champagne supernova in that room
This
because
segment
there's
has
so
been
much
an abyss
space
so far.
No, not at all. We're figuring some things out. People have now learned about Valdosta State, so now they need to go to Northwest Missouri State instead of Valdosta State. That's obvious. That's what we've learned here. Okay.
That's it.
Yeah, and if you're really looking for a secondary safety school, then Pitt State. But I'm just saying, like, really, it's North. I'm kidding, Kendall. I'm kidding. I love you, Kendall. Thank you for the book as well, and the very nice autograph.
By the way, I'm reading that book right now.
I haven't started it yet. I haven't cracked it open. I'm going to, though.
Well, once you learn how to read, you'll crack it open.
So top to bottom,
once
left to
they
right.
turn that book into something else that's not a book, I'm gonna read it.
I was going to get the audio version, but I've actually just invited Kendall over to read it to me. So I'm just sitting there,
Fall
like
asleep at night
I'm
in bed with
laying in
you?
my bed, and
He
Kendall's
actually
in the
sits on his
rocking
lap
chair.
at night.
Kendall's in the rocking chair right next to me.
Like once
Kendall, I missed that spot. Can you go back 15 seconds? Start over.
Forward by Jared Allen.
once a week I'll get home and I'll go to bed. It'll be 1 a.m, and my wife's been in bed for 4 hours, and her audiobook is still going, still going. Right?
Is she awake or asleep?
Oh, she's asleep, still asleep. And it's so funny. She is the lightest sleeper in the world, but that damn thing doesn't wake her up. So I'll get in bed and I'll be like, "Hey, come on, right? Come on," and then nothing. I'm like, "Hey, come on." Hey, and so I'll lean over to try to turn off myself, and then she'll jump up and I'll be all
I was
scared.
listening to that.
I was listening to that. Were you?
It's my dad back in the day.
Girl who goes to bed at 9:30.
Asleep, and you change the Whoa, I was watching that. You were asleep. I was resting my eyes.
Resting your eyes.
You were snoring, man. What are you talking about? Resting your eyes? I heard your snores. Well, I mean, it's just
deviated septum.
Stuffed up right now. You know what I mean? Like, all right, I'm trying to clear some things out, but I was totally watching that. What happened 2 minutes ago? Don't question me in my house, punk. You know what? No dinner for you. So that's translated to our kids now, which is fun. Mick, 101 points from Mizzou last night.
Yeah,
101 points.
A couple Aiden Shaw dunks that got him over.
It all counts.
It all counts.
Nobody asks how many. Nobody asks how. They just ask how many. 101 points. It's now 2 of the last 3 games they've scored 100. Yep. And that last night was one of the more entertaining games to watch because it was up and down, and they were scoring constantly. It wasn't up and down like Mizzou and Alabama where they weren't defending. It was entertaining to watch if you're a Missouri fan. If you're South Carolina, you probably weren't having fun watching that. Also, if I was a South Carolina fan, I wouldn't have wasted my time watching that last night at 1-14 on the season. So just as last year, I wasn't wasting my time watching Mizzou basketball when they were 0-15 and 16.
No, I did watch that because I
you.
wanted to see him get one. I just wanted them to get one.
Yeah, that's fine.
The Shemakis effect, which is a lot like the
Sausage!
the Mandela effect. I cannot say South Carolina anymore because of you.
You're welcome, South Carolina. South Carolina.
I say it on the news. I say South Carolina on the
South
news.
Carolina or North Carolina.
North Carolina.
So there's 2 different ways to say it. It's not North Carolina. It's North Carolina and Sacker. South Carolina.
South Carolina.
South Carolina, North Carolina. Yeah, you're welcome, by the way.
It's like the Mandela effect. It's the Shemakis effect.
I asked these guys in the first hour, and I know you were listening, so you got a little bit of an advantage here. Okay. The Missouri Tigers scored 101 points in a game for the 4th time this year. From Mike Anderson to Dennis Gates, 11 years of basketball, how many games did they score 100 points?
So Anderson got there probably like 05 or something like that, or what
Anderson was last year was 2011.
When did he get there? When did he get there?
Well, this is since not counting Mike
once
Anderson.
he got done.
So it's Frank Haith, Kim Anderson, Conzo Martin is essentially 11 years of Haith, Anderson, and Martin. How many times did they eclipse 100 points?
Anderson's last year was 10-11.
Mm-hmm.
So that good season, which was
11-12
was Haith's first season.
That's right.
I'm going to say they got there a couple times that year. I'm going to say it's fun and cutesy. It's 4 this year. I'm going to say they had 4 total to get there. 4 and 4.
Very close.
Thank you.
If we count overtime games, it is 4.
Well, we do.
3 times they got to 100 points in 11 years in regulation. 1 time in overtime. They've got there 4 times this year of 100 or more points for Mizzou. And 20 of the 28 games they've played, they've eclipsed 80.
I wonder if, and not to knock on what Mizzou's doing this year because it's great, I wonder if that's kind of been the trend throughout because we see so many now with the PPPs, right? Points per possession, analytics, and all that stuff, getting shots up is accepted more and more. Man, it seems like
even with Dennis Gates, they had 3 in Dennis Gates' first 2 years.
It feels like I see it 3 times in the SEC every midweek, right? And it's kind of the dog days of February here. You're seeing a lot more blowouts, a lot more like, okay.
Mick, but they're 6th in points per game in all of college basketball.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I get what you're saying as far as
3rd in the conference, right? Maybe worse than that.
They're 4th in the conference.
4th in the conference in points per game.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were just talking about
definitely Auburn's more.
Auburn
and Alabama.
I believe. Link, I'll pull it up right now because I have it right in front of me. Alabama, Gonzaga, Kentucky, South Dakota, Winthrop, and then Auburn and Missouri are tied for 6th.
Well, Winthrop is definitely not in the SEC.
No, but Bama and Kentucky, and then they're tied with Auburn.
Tied with Auburn, gotcha. At like exactly 84.3.
So they're tied for 3rd in the SEC in points per game.
Yeah.
And
Florida's 12th. So you have.
I feel like a lot of times, most years of college basketball, the leading. That would lead the nation.
They have
not
5,
90.
5 in the top. Yeah, Alabama 91.5, Gonzaga 87.4, Kentucky 85.7.
I mean, it's a style of play that can result in these kinds of results. In that, like, you got to stay up, man. You got to. like especially last night, if you're making shots like Mizzou was, I don't know if anybody stays up with him. I mean, shooting 60% from the floor.
11 of 19 from 3.
You really put pressure on another team. Granted, maybe you're not getting back defensively exactly how you want to, and you're not getting a hand in every single passing lane, but you're wearing teams out, right?
Well, last night
any shot's harder to take the more tired you are.
Well, last night their version of defense wasn't inbound it and let's go play offense, which it was against Alabama and Arkansas. They gave up 71 points last night. One of the more impressive things was Mizzou had 75 possessions in the game, and as up and down as that game was, they turned it over only 7 times.
Yeah,
I mean,
amazing.
as many shots as they took, they had 21 assists in the game, and 7. So it wasn't just like it was I'm just dribbling at myself and shooting. Like they still had 21 assists on their 40 made baskets, so better than 50% on the assist made basket ratio. But 75 possessions, 7 turnovers. And that's coming off a game where it was like, man, that offense was so cold.
So that's 1.25 points per possession.
It ended up being like 1.46. Was 1.5 points per possession last night against South Carolina. They're number 6 in the nation at 1.26. So they were a quarter of a point higher in last night's game over the course of 100 points.
It's a lot over that many possessions. That's a lot.
That's exactly right. So yeah, they were playing great basketball. Offensively, they look good, and they just, I mean, at KU the last 2 games has looked like they're having more fun. Certainly against Oklahoma State, they were having more fun. I don't know about Colorado. Hunter Dickinson looked like he was having a lot of fun when he was out there. But Missouri just looks like they're just in the backyard playing ball at times, and just everybody's getting a chance and scoring, and everybody's doing their thing. Last night was one of the more entertaining games that I've watched for Missouri in
South
a long
Carolina's
time.
not good. They got the one dude. That's about it.
Yep, that's
I think he was the only guy on the floor at times.
Yeah, we got a guy.
We got a guy. No, they're the complete package, man. And you have the Jacob Cruz game. You see it once a month or whatever. Right? He comes out and it shoots and plays well. And Mitchell and Grill are turning into this. We thought it was Bates at the beginning of the season. Okay, that's your best player. And so it's a great thing if Bates is your third option. I've never seen anybody dunk as harder as Tamar Bates, and it is fun.
He doesn't like rims.
He doesn't care that those rims have families at all.
Yeah.
And so it's a fun team to watch. Mark Mitchell at times can just do whatever he wants. Grill can be unconscious, plays defense, can rebound, and then you all have all those other parts and pieces. I'm excited. It's a key 3-game stretch. I think 2-1 is kind of like what you expect.
Yep.
1 and 2 would be a disappointment, right? Because I think you pick off at a Vandy or Kentucky at home.
Because we said 5 and 2, I think it wasn't it
3 of the 5 games left. We said 3 and 2 is
3 and 2.
I think 12 and 6 was kind of what I've been eyeing the last several games here from
Mizzou. 2 and 1 the final 3 games.
Yeah, which was what it do.
It gives you a legit chance at getting the bye because
you have the double bye.
Well,
close to it.
I meant
Here's
double
the
bye
problem.
because
the teams
Florida
are tied with are the ones they don't have the tiebreakers with. 2 and 3.
I know.
Those are the ones they have the tiebreaker.
But have you seen? Oh, I got to go back and do it now.
Tennessee was in a battle last night.
Well, I think it was Alabama's final 3 or something like against Florida, Auburn, and Tennessee. It's the 3 toughest games at the very end.
Well,
so
Tennessee's got Alabama and then at Ole Miss the next 2 games for Tennessee. So if Missouri were to win against Vandy and Oklahoma, they'd have a 2-game lead over Tennessee.
I think your 12 and 6 might get you the double bye. I think 13 and 5 gets it almost automatically. I know the math isn't there for it automatically, but
so they have the
it would be hard for them to be 13 and 5 and not be
It's
top
Missouri,
4.
Tennessee, and A&M are the 3 that are really going to get the double bye because everybody's 2 games behind Alabama.
But Alabama, though, Missouri has a tiebreaker over. If Missouri wins out, Alabama has at Tennessee. They have Florida, who's 3rd in the nation. They finish it at Auburn, who's number 1. You're telling me they couldn't go 1 and 2, and if Missouri wins out,
and so 3-0 and 1 and 2 would put them at a tie, right?
Put
and
them
then
at a tie.
Would get, if it's just a 2-way tie, that put
Missouri would get it because they have the win over Bama.
Yeah, or is it more likely that Tennessee would lose to Alabama and at Ole Miss, and Missouri goes 2-1, and then they would have 1-game lead over Tennessee at that point?
It's funny this year. Like a lot of years in conference play, it's like, okay, maybe we don't want that bye. Just get a chance to get an extra win and move up the C line. I don't know if you want that in the SEC this year. I mean, you can take a loss anywhere with just about any team outside of South Carolina,
because they're not trying to make the tournament.
Georgia beat Florida.
Exactly.
Georgia just beat Florida.
Yeah.
To keep their
what was that line? Sorry. That was dumb. Georgia beat Florida, and also Oklahoma State
Baby,
knocked
you
off
a
Iowa State
song.
last night. I mean, that was some crazy stuff.
And that's
in the-
big for Mizzou. I mean, Iowa State is one of those teams
Yes.
they might be battling for
Yeah.
on a 3 or a 4 seed line.
And I'm going to need KU to knock off Texas Tech this weekend because
luck.
if Missouri's trying to get to Wichita, Wichita is 40 miles closer to Lubbock than Denver,
I feel like
as the crow flies. So, will the committee send them?
What is
or
it? It's 40 miles
It's like
closer.
40 miles closer to Lubbock is Wichita than Denver, and they
Okay.
almost strictly go by geography unless you've got Texas Tech that said to the committee, hey, if we got our first choice, we'd rather have our fans fly to Denver than trying to get to Wichita from Lubbock. So let's make it easier for our fans to travel to Denver, even though it's only 40 miles. Where
How much
Missouri would say, let's
closer-
get to Wichita.
How much is closer is it's Lexington, right? This year they're going.
It's
What's-
considerably. It's
from Columbia to Lexington, Columbia to Wichita. It's a lot closer
It's
to
like
Wichita.
200 miles. Yeah, it's
Okay.
closer. Yeah, I mean, how
mean,
long
the
does it
whole-
take to get to Wichita from here?
From here?
Yeah,
2.5.
yeah, it takes
It's gonna be 4.5
takes
hours
7.5
then.
hours to get to Kentucky.
Well, no,
Fro-
it's 5.5
from Columbia?
from Como.
Well, okay, so 5.5 from Columbia.
Okay, so not
Yeah.
that far then. 5.5 and
Yeah, but I don't care about Columbia. I'm talking about me.
And if you count
how
St.
far is it
Louis-
for me to go, Mick?
yeah, I don't.
Mick, how far is it for me to go?
Do you want to be in the middle of Jayhawk land? Is what I'm getting to here in Wichita.
I want to be in the middle of the easiest travel. You know what I want to be in the middle of? You know what, Mick? You know what I want to be selfishly doing? Okay.
Well, I can think of lots of things.
We got a sister station down in Wichita. You know what I'd like to do? Not take a vacation day and go watch Missouri play in the
There you
tournament.
go.
I'd like
I like
to do
that.
my show from Wichita while getting a chance to go take little man and the family.
talked
to
about
I feel like
because
three-
it's spring break for
I
them.
feel like 3
Aligns
seed.
perfectly.
You're not to oversimplify it. 3 seed, you're maybe there. 4 seed, maybe it's Lexington.
what
Right.
days would this are the would,
It's Thursday, Saturday is
but of what days?
Wichita. Thursday, Saturday
Of what day in
of the first round of the tournament.
March? Oh my God.
I think it's the 7th. No, 16th is Selection Sunday.
Okay.
So that makes it 18, 19,
Hey,
so
I'll be at a
20th.
bachelor party when
2022.
Selection Sunday happens. Let's go.
20th and 22nd
Electric.
is Thursday, Friday.
You don't have to, do you ever work in sports, like around big sporting events? You have to work at all?
What are you talking about?
It's a huge sporting event.
Yeah, I'll come back Sunday as it's happening.
Okay.
Oh, on Selection Sunday?
It's going to be electric. We're driving back from Kentucky.
Oh, good for you. Oh, that's right. You're playing in French Lick.
That's a different term. That's a different time.
Oh, sorry. My
This is
bad.
this is
Different
bachelor
state, too.
party.
Sorry, my bad. But yeah, Larry Bird's. Didn't Larry Bird design that golf course in French Lick?
Yeah, I'm sure he did.
Did he? I mean,
Donald Ross did. Good sir. And Pete Dye.
Oh, Pete Dye did. That's a Pete Dye course. Huh, doesn't show. Jason with you, Sterling Holmes, Dylan Michaels, Mick Schaefer hanging out with us on this Wednesday edition of the show.
It's a nice day. Playing tomorrow, playing Friday. I play Saturday.
I'm playing Saturday. Of course, Saturday's the day. It was supposed to be 60. Already said it now. It's dropped down to 48 is the high.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
because Friday's going to peak. That's going to get
What's
close
Sunday?
to 70, I think.
This
on
Sunday
Friday.
is going to be, Friday. No, but what's Sunday? We got our first outdoor baseball.
Yeah, it's going to get a
practice
little
on
bit
Sunday.
colder starting the weekend.
We got
No,
our
Friday's
outdoor
65.
baseball practice starting on Sunday, baby. Let's go. Let's go.
Hey, Mick.
What?
Hey, Mick.
I can't.
Let's do a segment called
I
Hey,
have
Mick.
Work Friday.
What?
Nothing's worse than gym
Golf.
practice baseball. Like, nothing is more.
Do those. He's there at the baseball lab 3 nights a week this entire winter. December, January, Monday, Wednesday,
Give him a
Friday. He's at
cot
the
there.
baseball lab.
Stay the night.
Exactly.
Live
And
there.
if he doesn't like it, we'll go 4 nights a week then. Okay.
You know what, though?
You know
I'm
what I
not going
mean?
to complain. 47 and sunny on Saturday it's going to feel
it.
good. I'm going to do
Absolutely.
it.
Is that what the temperature is? What's the feels like? Good. Did Wes tweet that out?
It's all about the wind.
What's the feels like for Saturday? Good.
I mean,
it's gonna
it's
feel
going to be
good.
cold when we tee off. It's 9:30 tee time, but
Yeah,
that
that's
rum and pineapple is going to really
40 degrees.
warm me up.
40 degrees at tea time for you.
That's fine.
All right, how do you play Rotten Tomatoes?
All right, so this is what we do.
I was on
Everyone
vacation
picks
last
2
week.
movies. We did 3 last time around, but now with 4 of us, it's getting a little crowded in here for time constraints. We will do 2 movies. What we
For
do
time constraints, we fast forwarded to the third quarter of this game.
What we will do, everyone picks 2 movies. We'll go around the room and we will basically, I'll say, "Hey, Dylan, what was the critics' view, which is the tomato meter, right? The tomato meter of so and so movie."
And I have Rotten Tomatoes pulled up in front of me for this.
the
right?
2 movies you have. The 2 movies.
Oh, I don't get to search your movies?
Come on now. So for your 2 movies, can you throw me a pen? And I'll keep track of scores.
Oh, nice catch.
Don't get you hit the. Oh, you got blue on me.
It landed. I'm sorry. Next time I won't hit your hands.
I just blew my.
That's my fault. My fault to hit
Sorry.
you right in the hands. I apologize. Next time I'll throw it over your head or something.
You threw a blue pin. I just blew myself.
You're so dumb. You're so dumb. Just get to the how you play the game.
Actually, it was Jason that did it.
What did Jason do to me?
Nothing. I threw a blue pin that hit your hand.
I already marked it, Tobias. Yeah,
Yes.
nice reference.
There are
there.
dozens of us.
Yes, never
dozens. Dozens of us. All right, so everyone picks 2 movies. We go around the room. We do the critics, we do the audience, and whoever's closest to that number wins. With 4 of us, you have to be 3% off of what the other person is, so we're not doing that stupid 92. I'll do 93. No, you got to be 3% difference.
Okay.
If you get 1 point for closest, 2 points if you get it on the nose. Let's go right now. I will go with my first movie, Superbad. Superbad. What do you think the critics said for Superbad with the high school seniors Seth and Evan as they have high hopes for a graduation party?
Who's going first?
Do we rotate? Who goes
I'll
first?
go Dylan first. Yeah, we'll rotate around.
Good for you.
I'm going to go critics had it at a 75%.
75, Nicholas.
Critics had it at 64.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the critics are a little full of themselves. I'm going to say it was too raunchy for them. I'm going to say it's like a 57 for critics.
Dylan, it's 88. You guys are dumb. Everyone loves that
Well
movie.
done,
Dylan
critics.
gets a point.
I love the movie
Proud
too.
of
I
the
just don't trust critics.
Critics loved Superbad.
It was what, 88?
88, the critics said for Superbad. 1 point, Dylan. Now we'll start with Jason and work our way around. Audience.
92.
Okay. Mick?
Yeah, I would have said audience higher, but it's pretty high. So I will do. I got to be 3% off. I'll do 89.
Okay.
Then
Dylan. Big brain on Dylan.
That means it has to be 86 or 95 for him.
Or it could be
I mean, either it could be 86 or lower.
or it could be
95 or
4
better.
points off, 5 points off.
I'll go 90%.
no, I can't do that.
Can't be 90.
Oh, yeah.
I went 90. He went 89. So apparently it's got to be 3 points off. Whatever.
You went
You went
92.
92.
I went 92. He went
89.
Then I'll go
You go 86 or 95.
I'll go 95. Feels like the more honest one.
87.
That's so stupid.
87 is the winner.
Critics were better than the
Yeah, it's
by
wild.
1%.
It's
Yes.
wild.
Super bad because the codependent teens plan to score booze and babes before
Yeah.
they go off to college.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. The description. I'm just how is the audience score better than the critics? They like the cinematography there. The critics did, and the audience was. It's too raunchy for me. I don't know.
It's a great movie.
He would never land her at the end. No way. It's just not believable. You know
Great
what I mean?
movie. All right, Dylan.
Okay, Dylan goes next.
All right. Caddyshack.
Oh, baby.
Caddyshack. What is the tomato meter? I will start with Mick.
For Caddyshack,
For my movies.
so like Rotten Tomatoes didn't exist back then, right? They've just gone back and
They've gone
rated it
back.
Probably,
I think so, yeah.
Remember the movie
I used
S?
to search the internet all the time for Rotten Tomatoes and Caddyshack.
This rating came after 62 reviews, if that makes any difference. or-
this is critics we're doing first.
yes.
Man, I would. Okay, I'm gonna raise it up there because the last one I'll give the critics some. I'll go 78 critics.
Jason?
Caddyshack, I will say that is a 91.
Sterling?
I had this from the get-go. I wanted 81 on this one. I think it's 81.
It is Mick. It is a 73%.
Well, they're dumb.
Wow.
Just killing it.
So a lower
Mick
score than the last
has
movie.
2 points.
I get them thrown at me all the time. Rotten Tomatoes.
All right. And the popcorn meter. Do we start with the same person? Or
We
do I
start
just
with
go different?
who did we start with that time, Mick?
I'll go Jason.
Okay, then I will say the popcorn meter is 92. Yeah, I'm staying. I'm going to get one right with 92.
Yeah, I think that the audience loved this one. I'll go 89.
Ooh, Mick.
It's tough being in third,
It
especially
is,
if you
right?
guys are
Yeah.
close. What was the critics meter? What was that again?
73%.
73. I'll go 86.
Mick Schaefer wins. It was 87%. If he would have said anything other than that or 88,
Yeah,
it would have been
wow.
Sterling.
How about
Mick is
that?
off to a
He's
hot
3-1.
lead.
Who's that clapping for? Oh, it's me clapping for
It's
myself.
0-0.
By the way, I'm surprised it was that low. I thought it was going to be a little higher from the
Same.
audience.
Well, I did too. That's why I said 92. So I
Quite
clearly thought it was going to. And you thought it was going to be higher. That's why you said 89.
I'm just I'm surprised by the critics or the audience being dumb.
Oh, I see. You're surprised? Okay, that's
I
shocking.
have faith in people.
Wow. Are you surprised that when you walk outside, the sun's there?
Shouldn't.
I was surprised that I was driving and then there was a green light and a red light, and it was so surprising that this thing that happens all the time happened. Whose movie this time, Mick? Because we went Sterling, Dylan, now Mick.
All right, I'm going to go one of the most beloved movies of all time, Geely.
Yep.
What?
Geely? Geely, Gigli. Ben Affleck is ordered to kidnap the psychologically challenged younger brother of a powerful federal prosecutor. When plans go awry, Geely's boss sends in Ricky, Jennifer Lopez.
I'm first on this one with the critics. I'm going to say 15%. Sterling?
24%.
I'll go with 10%.
Hey, 6%.
Damn it! I thought I was going to be the lowest.
It's widely considered one of the
Here's
worst
the thing.
movies ever
if
mid.
I was
Sterling.
third,
I've never-
I
would've
bet I
gone
win
low.
that one if I was third.
I've
because
never
there's no
heard
way
this
you guys
one
would have gone that
before
low.
in my life.
You guys would have not gone that
I
low.
was thinking 30%, and Jason said that. I was like, hey, why not?
The guy who gets
That's
the
BS.
guy who gets lost on the roof in Hangover, the guy getting married, is the psychologically challenged younger brother.
hard. Going third, it sucks. Yeah, going third. I have a
Jason and
point.
I are not
You have
even
a
on
point
the
yet?
board
Yeah,
yet.
you're
Not,
No,
I'm
not
even-
yet.
yeah.
Okay, so popcorn meter, I'm going to go with Sterling first.
Now I get to go third. Yeah. So much easier.
13%.
I'll go 40%.
I'm going to go 20.
Yeah, you went. It was 14.
Oh, nice.
Hey, on
Right
the
away.
board.
You won
That's
it.
awesome. I'm going to get a point soon. Probably not on this one since these are my movies now.
Jason has yet to get a point. Not in a good spot.
I'll bet you $1,000.
What's
I
it
don't
called?
get a point on this one.
Geely.
Gigli. Yeah, it had a lot of run. It was really publicized.
Yeah.
And then it was maybe the worst movie ever created.
Widely
panned.
lauded. Panned. Abyss.
Pam?
Lively Oasis is what it was. All right, let's go with this one. My first movie is Gone in 60 Seconds. What is tomato
It's a good
meter?
movie.
Critics. Gone in 60 Seconds. We start with Sterling on the critics.
Gone. I have no idea.
And Gone in 60
I've
seconds.
never heard of this movie before in my life.
Really?
Nicolas Cage.
Nick Cage, baby.
No.
movie's
Nick Cage is
awesome.
in it. Give me a background.
Randall Raines long ago abandoned his life of crime, but after an ominous visit from an old friend, he finds he has no choice but to return to what he does best, stealing cars in order to save his brother's life. It all comes down to one night, 50 cars, and a contract.
Sounds good. 77% critics say.
Dylan?
I'll go 60% critics.
Mick?
Kind of No, let's strike the difference here. 68%.
Dylan wins 26%.
Oh, no. Oh, man.
Dylan
man.
wins 26%.
That bad, huh?
I love how it
remember-
goes. Sounds good. 77%.
Oh, it is good.
I do feel
I
like
don't remember being that bad.
Freaking love the movie.
there's a bit of a strategy if you are going last to just take. If you think
Yeah.
the movie stinks,
Yeah.
go to the lowest
Freaking,
one. or if
love
it's
the
a good
movie.
It was like Pootie Tang, right? This has to be a cult classic.
Sure.
Sure. That's fine.
No, it is better than Pootie Tang.
Dylan, we
I
start
think.
with you with the popcorn meter. What say you on the popcorn meter with Gone in 60 Seconds?
Personally, I'll go 80%. I like that movie.
I'll stay with 68%.
I will go 60%.
Dylan, 77%.
Wow,
What?
a gap. What a gap from
That is
it's a-
one of
yeah,
the
'cause the critics-
wildest
It's a good
gaps.
movie.
It's a good movie. Critics are dumb. Like,
Agreed.
Everyone just hates on Nick Cage like it's Nickelback.
true,
It's just
yeah.
cool to hate
Right.
Nick Cage when you
Freaking
actually
love
like
that movie.
Con Air or
Yes.
60 Seconds or National Treasure. I mean, all these movies are good.
Gotta get home to my daughter. That was Con Air, so that's not Gone in 60 Seconds. All right, Sterling, I think it's your second movie now. Boy, I'm going to get a point here.
A movie I always wanted
I
to
got
watch
6 more
as
chances to get a point.
as a kid. Finally had the opportunity to. I used to always see it as a.
Is it Forrest Hump?
No, I love the movie Friday, and this was always played.
He said he wanted to see it as a kid. He finally
on
got
the
a chance to watch it.
VHS, on VHS, I believe is what it was, and you would have to go back, and this was one of the credits.
Okay.
Was this movie called Soul Plane? Soul Plane, following a ridiculously
I saw
awful
it.
flight that
Yeah.
leads to his pet's death. Nashawn Wade, which is Kevin Hart, files a lawsuit against the airline and wins a multi-million-dollar settlement. Determined to create a better flying experience, Nashawn starts his own airline, one that caters to a different clientele, going into business with a tricked-out plane piloted by the smooth Captain Mac, Snoop Dogg. The airline hits a snag when it has to deal with a family of the Elvis Hunky, which is Tom Arnold.
All right, so Dylan, we'll start with you.
After all that, I'm going to go with
Critics.
a 25% critic meter.
Mick, you're up.
I do hate going first. You're right, Jason.
35% critic meter.
What'd you do, Dylan?
I did
25.
25%.
22.
Yeah, this was an 18%.
Yeah, I got a
good
point.
job.
Here we go.
Jason on the board. Put him on the board. Yes.
Come back. Put him on the board.
But was
Yeah.
this a cult classic? Sterling liked this movie when he was a kid. This came out in 2004.
But you said you couldn't watch it when you were a kid.
Yeah, but I got it when I was like 14. I
I
eventually
see.
watched it, and a couple years after.
So now we
pretty
start with
short
Mick.
movie, hour 26.
Might be in
runtime.
the realm of Pootie Tang for you, so I'm going to go higher for the popcorn meter. I'm going to say 52%.
That's right around where I was thinking. I'm going to go 45.
Yeah. I'll go 60%. Weirdly enough, feels like this.
51, Mick.
Well done. What'd you go, Mick?
52.
Oh, man.
I almost got
you would
a
have won the-
two-pointer
yeah.
there.
You almost got a 2-pointer right there.
Nobody could've-
Soul
nobody could've won that
Plane
one.
was a very fun movie. Very fun movie.
Nobody would have won that one except Mick. It's so much better to go first. Oh,
Early
my
Kevin
goodness.
Hart, by the way.
I like second.
2004.
Yeah, yes. Early Kevin Hart was Along Came Polly.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
It's part of the staff.
40-year-old virgin.
That's right.
That's right.
Arguing in
How
the
about
store.
Arguing in
free
the-
99? All right, Dylan, your second movie. We'll start with Mick on the critics, but what's the movie?
All right. I know everyone has seen this one multiple times. Norbit,
Oh my God.
starring Eddie Murphy.
Yep.
The mild-mannered Norbit has always had it rough since the day he was left abandoned at a combination Chinese restaurant and
Yeah,
orphanage.
this was bad if I remember right.
It is a
goodness, yeah.
terrible movie.
What do you mean? I
critics-
love Soul Plane, Pootie Tang, and Norbit and Flubber. What's wrong with me?
Critics,
Well, where
I'm
do we
going,
begin?
I'm
Spotting
going,
good movies.
I'm going 15% on Norbit.
How can I count the
man.
ways? 18%.
Which way are you going to go?
I will go 9% for Norbit.
Sterling Holmes with the first
Damn it.
2 points.
Let's go!
Nine-
on the dot.
9% tomato meter.
We're coming back, baby.
Well done, sir.
Huge. That got me back in the game.
All right, now the critics. I'll go first.
No, that was the critics. This
Sorry,
is
the fans.
the fan.
The popcorn meter. I mean, it's 99, right? 99. I'll go 20. 20%. Sterling.
I will go with a Call Me Jordan 23 back to
Okay.
back.
Oh, 26.
Well done, Mick. It's a surprising 53%.
Damn it.
Wow.
popcorn meter.
That's dumb. Mick got that point? So lucky. Oh, gosh, you're so lucky.
This was how can we do Nutty Professor, but like in a different way.
Yeah. Right. Can we recreate Nutty Professor? All right.
He was a sturdy fella, if I remember correctly, that Norbert, right?
Sure.
No, that his wife was the sturdy individual.
The sturdy, okay.
No, you clearly one of your favorite movies. Mick,
I
you're
didn't
up
say
now.
favorite, I said it was good.
So good you don't even remember which one was sturdy.
I was...
A teen gang in rural Oklahoma, the Greasers,
Oh,
are perpetually at
yeah.
odds with the Socias, a rival group. The Outsiders, released in 1983. What's the tomato meter, Jason?
89.
I'll go 93%.
Good guess. I'm going to go 95. It seems like a highbrow.
You got to go
like-
96.
Oh, my bad. 96.
71?
Yeah.
Wow.
What's wrong with
so
these people?
stupid.
Feels like a critic. Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
So one critic was like, man, I don't like that.
You were up in the bid there. I could tell. You knew it was 71. You're just up in the bid.
I was just saying, high enough to where I can go low, but I know that they're going to be wanting to go high. That's why I couldn't go 96. All right, Sterling,
meter.
we'll start with popcorn.
90.
I'll go 95.
Long sigh back
Yeah.
there.
I didn't know what
Oh, you
the-
kind of screwed
That kind of
Jason.
screws me over because I
Nice,
can't go.
I like
I
that.
can only go 98 or 87.
Ooh, I didn't even realize I did that.
90.1. 87. That's.
Nailed it. 82.
Oh, I thought I was
not
gonna-
nailed it. Sorry, you won. 82. Yeah, two lower scores
That's
than I would have
ridiculous, man.
expected.
I love that freaking movie.
As we
Which one was the sturdy one in that movie?
Maybe they didn't like the Patrick Swayze. Tom Cruise.
As we sit going into the final movie,
It was 5, 4, 3, 3.
Mick has 5, Jason Anderson has 3,
Just for lunch,
Dylan
right?
has 4.
Yeah.
I, Sterling Holmes, have 3 as well.
For lunch of tomatoes,
That's
basically,
right.
from your
Probably
backyard.
easier just to do it in order of
I will-
what they are. So Mick has 5, Dylan has 4, Sterling and I have 3. I will not be able to get a point here since this is my movie.
So I need one to not get last. If that's the case, Jason has to
Well,
bring
you
in
need
Roma.
one to not get last as long as Dylan doesn't get one.
Well, then
'Cause
no,
Dylan
because you'll
just-
have last no matter what. Because you'll
Why are
have.
we
I see what
struggling
you're
so
saying,
bad with 5, 4, and 3 here?
Yeah, I don't get
All
it.
right, here we go. Fast and
Loser
Furious.
brings in Roma tomatoes.
Which one?
Fast and Furious.
Which one?
The original.
Oh, wow.
The out the
I haven't
gates.
seen any of those.
Yeah, I've not seen a
Not
single
they-
one.
They need to make more for me to just,
And once they get to
catch
12
one.
or 13, you got to.
I'll eventually see one, I think.
It's one of the guilty pleasures. Like I've seen every one of them. I don't care that they have a rope connecting a car that they come around a turn and they flip the slingshot the car into a helicopter to blow up the helicopter that was trying to shoot them.
You don't care about
That's
that.
badass. Okay, and who amongst us hasn't done that for a time? We see that all the time,
You know
right?
they jumped a shark literally in this one.
No, they literally jumped the shark in Happy Days too. That's the
Jump to prop shark.
Yeah, that's the thing. All right, Fast and Furious. We start with the tomato meter with Sterling. That's what some of the cars sound like when they start.
81.
Oh, man. I'm going to go 70.
Oh, we can make sounds?
Yeah.
Right? Golly, I was hoping you'd go higher
I almost
there.
had you. You almost had me. You didn't
Dylan,
even have your car.
I'll go 67.
What did you go, Dylan?
70.
Okay. Mick won 29.
Oh man.
Yet again, 29%. I picked these
Wow.
movies before I
Well
saw
done.
with the tomato meter. and
Yeah,
the-
it's,
I was
should
like,
be.
you know what? This is fun. I like these movies. Let's see what they are in the. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. Okay. So popcorn meter. We start with you, Dylan.
I'll go
The
80%.
Fans. 80%. Mick.
I'm going to go below that. I'm going to go 69%.
I'm going to go 86. I think it's a cult classic.
Mick as well, 67. Damn. 67%. The two movies that I picked out just happened to be 26 and 29% in critics, and then 77 and 67 in the fans. The popcorn
This is all
meter.
telling us about our taste in movies.
I
Right?
know.
Hey,
He's doing Norbit, and I'm doing Fast and the Furious and Gone in 60
Yeah,
Seconds.
I did Geely.
And you did Geely
But
and,
on purpose. I
and
did
Greasers
the
and
other
Socias.
I've done Pootie Tang, Soul Plane, and
Well, don't forget mine.
Superbad.
Yeah, I
Dylan's
think
movies.
it was
The Snake movie.
Yeah, it was Caddyshack, Star Wars, Revenge of the Sith,
Yeah.
Norbit, which is literally a bunch of S's. It's a snake movie, and I cannot remember. Oh,
I did Flubber.
Trading Places.
I
yeah.
did Princess Bride, Fletch, and Hoosiers last week.
We're
Brilliant
good.
movies.
Mick is the winner with 7. Jason and myself with 3. Dylan coming in second with 4.
What was
You
the
are
popcorn
a-
meter on Hoosiers?
I can't remember.
Yeah, it's probably a 20 for me. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back and not talk about overrated movies. More Zone next. All right, we continue right here on Sports Radio 810 WHB. Jason Anderson with you. Sterling Holmes, Dylan Michaels, Mick Schaefer hanging out with us. We talked a lot of Mizzou in the first hour. Tons of Royals in the 11 o'clock hour. We talked about Michael Massey's adventures in left field yesterday. His first ever game out in left field. And
it's high sky.
It is a tough sky. He lost the ball.
India dropped one too.
He lost it.
How tall is this guy?
It's
like
10
Victor
to 12
Wembanyama.
feet. Yeah,
It can dunk on like a 12-foot goal.
Yeah.
That's how high that sky is. Massey didn't drop this one. He got to the wall and then had to immediately start sprinting to it. It was Nori Aoki is the route that he took. But then he had one that's going to get you.
The Rangers had a guy too yesterday, and I don't know if he was a second baseman out there or a regular outfielder, but it's a thing.
Well, and the one that's going to get you in an actual game, he's playing right field. The ball's laced, looks like it's going to the gap. He turns to his left and runs, and that ball just spins back to his right, and he's got to stop, turn his hips.
Who was this?
Massey.
It's kind of a good point, though. If Nori Aoki could play outfield, then I feel like Massey or India could
and Massey
too.
talked about it. It's like, well, those are the ones that are you got to game. Like, you can't really practice that because then if you're practicing it, you know that that's what they're doing. But that guy hits it, and I immediately think I'm going to my left, and it's like, oh, crap, that's on my right shoulder. I've got to turn. I've taken 2 false steps, and then he doesn't get to the ball.
Yeah.
The
defensive metric I'm going to be paying attention to if Massey's out there in the outfield, batting average. Slug.
OPS.
Yes.
I think they're both athletic enough. They figured it out after the first couple of innings. Like, you're going to get used to it. So it's fine. It's just funny that India's first inning out there,
You can be bad in the outfield if you're awesome at the plate.
Yeah, absolutely. Manny Ramirez, drive in more than you let in. You know, Greg Gurley talked about it this morning, that he said if he played rec league basketball now with some friends, that he'd score 50, but the guy he was guarding would score 60 because he wouldn't move. So
That's pretty good.
It's like, I'll drop 50. The guy I'm guarding is going to score 60 though, because I ain't moving when I'm out there. Because he's got to tell Hunter Dickinson how many points to score on Saturday before the Houston game. I kind of feel like we said this yesterday, Mick, and I want to get your thoughts. People are asking this question, and I'm just passing it along.
Oh boy.
So Greg Gurley tells Hunter Dickinson, go get 25 and 12 before the game. And he goes out and has 32 and 13. People are asking if this entire season is Greg Gurley's fault for not challenging and telling players.
Has there been other games where he said, go get 6 and 8?
No, it's the first time he told a player what to get, and he goes out and gets 32 and 13, and they win. Is this entire season Greg Gurley's fault? That's what people are wondering.
Yeah, if you're relying on Greg Gurley to do some work, your season's sunk. What are you thinking?